What up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Late Night Live number 26. That took a little more brain power than I was imagining, except, is that mirrored? I'll have to figure that out later. Anyways, welcome everybody. Sorry we missed last week. That was our first week missing since we started doing Late Night Lives. I hope everybody had a great Tuesday off last week, but we're back this week for another one. As always, please let me know if the music sounds good, if the video looks good, and all that jazz. I changed a few things up in the settings here. I'm always sort of tweaking to find what's the best system to work with, and if you guys could let me know, that just lets me know that we're doing the right thing. What's going on, Oja Swinny? Welcome. I'm just gonna take a couple seconds here. What up, Suvik? We wait for people to join in. Just gonna take a couple seconds to warm up my muscles. I've been writing on really smooth paper lately. So I've been using a very sharp nib, and I'm not sure how much it's gonna like the black paper we're using today, but we're gonna find out. What up, Villas? Villas, is that the proper way to pronounce that? If not, I apologize. Malaysia in the house. Right on. I got classical music playing right now because I was feeling kind of chill, but I may change it up later. We'll see how I feel. Okay. This is manageable so far. With this nib, we might be okay. It's very sharp. I definitely feel like I'm playing with fire a little bit. What's going on, Marilyn? Nice to see you. I'm doing quite well. Yeah, doing quite good. I've been under the wire lately, trying to get all of my Christmas orders and stuff finished. There was a surge of orders came into my Etsy store about a week or so ago that I've been trying to catch up on so I can get everybody, hopefully, their stuff by Christmas time. I shipped a bunch of stuff out just about an hour or two ago. I got back from the post office, and fingers crossed, all that stuff arrives on time. What's going on, Lori? Yeah, it's been a busy week, I'll tell you. As far as writing, some submissions I had to finish for some deadlines, and then doing a whole lot of leather work. Also, this is kind of exciting before we get started, I'll share it. I don't know about exciting's not the right word, but so my favorite journal is the Lectern or Leuchtturm. I don't know the proper way to say it, I apologize. But Lectern 1917 are my favorite journals. I have two here that I have to customize for a friend, but I did this one also for a friend. This is one of their soft cover ones, and it looks the exact same as a regular journal, but it feels so much better. Last night, fairly late in the evening, I took this and I leather wrapped it. So this now has real leather on it instead of the leatherette that they naturally use. So it looks basically the exact same. Obviously, the cover is a little bit thicker now because it's real leather instead of just the thin layer they had of the leatherette. But I leather wrapped a journal, and I'm stoked that it looks exactly like it's undiscernible when you look at it compared to one of the regular journals. It looks the exact same, which means I guess I did a good job. Now I have to customize this entire thing. I gotta decide what I'm doing on it still. The friend who this is for gave me artistic license to play, and I don't really know. Not always. I know how to play in my world, but I don't know how to play in other people's world. I know sort of what she's imagining, what she wants, and it's not the sort of stuff that I would play naturally, but we'll see. It's going to be kind of a fun project. I took some pictures. I was going to film the process of doing this, but I didn't end up filming it. But I hope, and I would like to do more of these, because, like I said, this is the first time I've done it, and it turned out really cool. I'm stoked on it. Yeah, anyways. figured I'd share that. Oh, another fun story. When I was at the post office today, dropping off two packages that didn't have any calligraphy or anything on them, and then one envelope, just a letter that had my, for those of you who saw on my Instagram, my printed sort of logo on the top left corner of my envelopes. I was just needed some stamps. And the girl behind the counter at the post office saw the stamp, and she said, "Oh, I love your Instagram videos. They're super relaxing." Which I thought was absolutely hilarious and random. But she totally recognized she recognized my name, and she knew my videos from Instagram, which is wicked. It's sort of a little bit of an ego boost, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that somebody at the post office knows my work. But it also alerted me to the fact that I haven't, and I apologize for this, I haven't posted any new videos, be it foiling or calligraphy, in like a really long time. I can't post a lot of foiling videos lately, because everything I've been doing lately is for Christmas, and I don't want to ruin people's surprises and stuff. But I also haven't been recording any writing videos, which I know is bad. It's a bad mic moment. I've sort of been slacking on the recording content thing, but I have a list. I do have a list on Trello of videos and stuff that I need to and I want to make. And seeing as though I'm not going home, I'm not going back to the farm this Christmas, I will have some time. I have some extra time off. So hopefully over the holidays I'll be able to get a lot more of that stuff done for myself and for you guys. So that should be cool. Right, there we go. How's my tea going? Almost the perfect temperature. Also, yesterday, my kettle broke. Yesterday, I went to plug it in. For those of you who don't know, I drink a heck of a lot of tea. I drink a lot of tea. It doesn't give me energy, really. I just love the taste of it. Lately, I've been bouncing back and forth between green tea. Well, it's three. I have my standard, like, cheapo green tea with honey. And then I have some nicer, better green tea that I don't drink, sometimes with a little bit of honey, but not as much honey, because I like that it tastes a little more traditional. And then Earl Grey tea with honey. And the Earl Grey tea does probably give me a little more energy that I need, so I don't drink that one very often. Green tea doesn't seem to make my muscles vibrate or anything like that, so I drink it a lot. I love the taste of it. What's going on, Aravind? Welcome. Also, I have just so many alsos today. I'm pretty sure that the live chat replay is fixed. Pretty sure. I double-checked the setting before we got this video going, and the other videos, my previous ones, for some reason, I still haven't figured out why, the allow chat replay button was grayed out. I couldn't click it. But today's, I could. So I don't know why I couldn't click the other ones. But I can click this one. So this one, it is officially activated, so long as it all works the way it's supposed to, YouTube will know who and what I'm talking about in here instead of just me talking to myself for hours on end. This is not a good time for things to be breaking. No, straight up, what was it? A week ago, my printer died. I ended up purchasing that guy down there. I was testing out a laser printer to replace my old printer, which I've been using for probably almost a decade now, so I'm not surprised it broke. But it kicked the bucket about a week ago. I got this one. I don't like it though. In the next couple days, I'm going to be returning it, going back to inkjet. LaserJet is good. It's just not it's not doing what I want it to do. So I'm going to go back to inkjet. So I'll return that one, and then my kettle. And all of my stuff decided to break like right after Black Friday. So I'm gonna see if there's any sales or anything that come up for Boxing Day, I guess. I don't know if I'll wait for the printer for Boxing Day. I'll probably take care of that pretty quick because I use the printer quite a bit. But The kettle, I might wait. I've been boiling water just in a pot and pouring it in a mug, which is not difficult to do, but... Yeah, sorry about last week. I was on set, I was working, so I was not able to, I wasn't going to be home in time to start the video. So, oh, that was my heater turning off if you heard that. So yeah, no video last week. Sorry, everybody. I'm glad you guys look forward to our videos every week. Okay, tell you what. I mean, that was my warm-up. We're gonna call that good enough. That was basically just testing if my nib was gonna be friendly with this paper, and for now, it is. I might replace it later, but for now, we're good. So let's dive back into our alphabet. Now, one thing that I forgot to check off my checklist before starting this live video was figuring out where we ended last week. I honestly don't remember. Did we get to K? Or what was the last letter I did? What am I starting with today? I honestly can't remember. Or the week before last week. We were on K. Okay, so we did K. Oh, so now we're going to L. Okay. Okay, L. Ah. All right. I guess we'll just dive right into it. We'll go with E.W. Blozer's L. What's he got here? So E.W. Blozer has... This is going to be quite similar to, I guess, the way I did it. His transition here into his shade isn't the smoothest, but he has his entry oval, slight accent shade on the entry oval coming up. Now this is a little bit more slanted if you compare it to like the J. Normally, like his slant here is usually the slant that this oval is bisected at, but he's a little bit more slanted, which to be honest, I think makes that a little bit easier to do. Oh, that's totally what I did. We did one K, and then I started on the L, and then I didn't finish all the Ks. Okay, so I almost did that same thing again. Apparently, I'm not super excited to do K. Backtrack, we'll go back to K. Sorry, L, we'll get back to you. So K, Blozer's K. There we go. Yeah, I remember doing that. I remember looking at 1K, doing it, and then going straight on to L, and forgetting to do all the Penman's Ks. I can't remember which one we did, so we'll just do them all again. Starting with E.W. Blozer's here, which is going to be a challenge, and I can tell it's going to be a challenge right away. This first part, pretty simple, really small entry oval, super high, coming down here, accent or stem shade, no problem. This is going to give me trouble. It's a compound curve, it's a little oval or coming down into this large, super huge shade below the baseline. So we already know I have trouble remembering to drop below the baseline, so I'll have to remember to do that. But the biggest one is that this shade is unlike most Spencerian capital shades. There are compound curve shades like this in Spencerian and ornamental penmanship, but they're normally, if you imagine this was horizontal, they're normally accent shades or flourish shades rather than part of an actual letter. A lot of penmen would put this shade on the bottom of this little curve, just like a standard stem. But this one starts up here and is huge all the way down, and that's not terribly difficult. It's just something I'm not used to doing because I specifically try not to do it, because that's what happens when you start your shades too soon. This is what a lot of people's shades look like when they train copperplate first, and they have those habits sort of ingrained, and then they go to Spencerian, and this happens naturally. So, yeah, let's dive into it. We're going to try that one. Let me zoom in here a little bit more for you guys. That should be good. Cool. The loop at the bottom is way unnecessary. This one? Unnecessary, maybe, but many penmen did it. I will try to do it that way. And some designs, it's really convenient to be able to, or to remember to put the shade on the bottom. Because when you put the shade on the bottom, it doesn't interfere as much with what's coming after it. Sometimes. What up, Mohamed? How's it going? Alright. Yeah, he doesn't do any other letters with the loop going below the baseline like that. I'm not exactly sure why he did the K. Sometimes I'm assuming it just sort of happens that way. It's like when you use, for example, I noticed today when I was writing a letter, the different variations of the descenders for the Y. This is one that I've started using quite a bit lately, and it's fascinating. As you're writing and going, there's usually a reason when I switch between these two, depending on what comes around it, but every once in a while, one will just come out, I'll do this one, and I will legitimately think to myself, why'd you do that? I don't know. It just sort of, it's a multiple choice, and it comes out sort of as you're going. Ooh, be careful. Tread. Like walking? Be careful if you're walking. If you're driving, be even more careful. 5 kilometers over sheer black ice is dangerous. Please be careful. Oh, You Before Me. That's a good book. That's one of... Did I read that book? I read that book. I didn't even listen to that book. Most books I listen to audiobook versions of, but that one I actually read. Walking. Please be careful, Mohammed. Get some, like, thumbtacks. Put them through the bottom of your shoes so you have homemade DIY ice grip. Okay, we got a small little entry oval. There we go. That'll work. And now this compound curve shade to come below the baseline. So weird. So, I mean, this is a decent K, but this shade, it's so weird for me. You can look at how large he made that shade versus what I just did. There we go. This shade is so big. So is that one, actually. They're both quite huge. So I'm going to have to add a little more gusto to those two. Still trying to break my habit of looking up at my camera. Gotta look forward at my monitor instead. I don't think I've even seen that movie. I enjoyed the book, but I don't think I saw the movie. Maybe I did. I can't remember. So a key that I'm going to tell you for this one, or one that I'm going to use myself, is before starting this stroke, because I want to do this stroke all in one, and it goes from the top here to the bottom here, that when I hit the bottom, I'm feeling the end of my motion in my arm. So I'm going to set up for that stroke as this being the larger of the two shades. I'm going to reset my forearm so it's neutral here and reaching when it gets to this top point. So I shouldn't hit the end of my possible motion, in theory. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna plan to do this one down here and we'll reach up. There we go. Nice and giant shade. Boom! I didn't curl this one as much as he did, but I'm quite actually happy with that one. Turned out quite nice. So there's Blozer's K. Decent reproduction. Who we got next? We got Mr. C.C. Kanan. How did Kanan do his K? So, should be much simpler for us today. He has horizontal entry oval, standard stem. His entry oval's quite almost at an upslant, but and then compound curve, no shade, little loop that stays on the right side of the stem stroke, and then it comes down and around with a slight, just an ever so slight shade below the baseline. So pretty standard K. His variation here is a smaller version. This one looks like it has a little more style to it. Compound curve entry to our stem shade. More abrupt compound curve into our second stroke, and this time he threads the K. So on this one, on the first one, he stayed to the right. This one he threads, and he comes down. I like that this downstroke basically follows almost on his slant line before looping around and shading below the baseline. I like the second one. We're gonna try this one. The first one is gonna feel a little on the easier side. This one has a little more character, so we're gonna try to replicate this second one. If we can. Does the nib still face upwards during the lower loop to get the shade? Does the nib need to rotate slightly? For me, because of if you're using movement writing speed, if you're using movement, fluid movement, there's no rotation of the nib required. If you're gonna write slower, if you're gonna do this at a slower speed, for these stem strokes here, you might need a little bit of either this type of rotation with your fingers, or you rotate your paper so you're coming down and your nib is going to be able to pull down this way a little bit more. So speed is sort of what dictates when a rotation is required. If you're using full movement speed, there's no twist or rotation required. The nib will do what it needs to do just with pure force alone. When you put weight down into that shade, the tines will open, because even if they're, let's say I'll use my fingers as an example, even if they're rotate a little bit this way, if I press down, when I'm slow, there's going to be some digging into the paper, but if I'm going quick, these tines are going to go no matter what. They're going to open anyways. Especially if because they're starting in a hairline, and your nib should always be flat when it starts. So even if it has to curve this way, as you make the shade slow, it's at this point you'll start digging into the paper as the tines close and as the tines are moving right to left. But if you have speed behind it, the tine is just going to pull in, and you're not going to experience that friction and the need to rotate. And I'm not saying anyone is better. To me, they're like two different styles of writing. For example, if you guys saw that I posted, I'll be teaching a 6-month beginner Spencerian course for the European Pointed Pen group. That class is slow. I'm going to demonstrate some movement writing stuff when we're doing it, but the basis of that class is all going to be slow Spencerian and slow ornamental penmanship. So there's less, it's more about understanding the forms and executing them than it is about training the muscles to do the movement. That can come later. There's different approaches to Spencerian. That's how I personally learned it. And that's how I'm going to be teaching it in that class. So slow or fast, you pick your poison. I personally am currently training movement writing, so that's what we're trying to do all of these capitals with today. All right, let's see if we can get this K. First try, we'll see. Not a bad stem. I stemmed naturally a little bit longer than Kanan. His would have ended about there, but not super bad at it. All right, now he has a relatively wide, and it comes down. So again, like we did on Blozer's K, I'm going to set my arm up so that it's ready for this shade down here, so that I don't start and hit my range of motion or my range of movement. This way I'm going to stretch to up here, so I'm within my range of movement, and it ensures that when I get down here, I still have space. I'm not running into any walls or restrictions in my arm. He's much more round than Blozer. Whoops, I added a shade there habitually, so we can see here what I hit and what I missed. I'm going to try it a couple more times. Compare the two. So we have, again, my shade is a little bit longer than his. This could have come up. Got this a little more rounded at the top and a little bit higher. I lifted pressure, so I had an airline, so I didn't properly thread that stem. We're pretty close here. This could have curved a little more flat before coming down. Obviously no shade there, and then I'm not mad at that ending shade. It's not exactly the same as his, but close enough. And this shade, this oval could be a little rounder. Kanan was really good at rounded ovals. Yeah, I mean, working on arm movement takes a long time. It is one of the most difficult things, in my opinion. There are penmen who use movement writing that do use rotation on stem strokes and whatnot. I'm just not one of them. I don't feel like it's necessary, and it's because everything happens so fast. It's just one more little. To me, it's one more thing that can go wrong, right? So, since I can do the strokes without the rotation, I like to take the rotation out. Is it possible to do them with the rotation? Yes, but for me personally, I don't find it necessary, so I'm training to not use them, just because it's one more thing that I don't have to worry about forgetting or doing wrong. As you guys have experienced in the past, I forget to do little things all the time. There's a lot of stuff to think about. All right, let's try this guy again. A little rounder here, here, and shorter shade. That's better. No, it's not quite flat, but that's all right. I sped up. You could hear it. I'm assuming my microphone might have picked that up. That's one thing that I have to stop doing. You get excited for shades and you go a little bit too quick through them instead of having a nice fluid oval there. Turned out okay, but I do think it can be better. So let's try to make it better. Ugh. We'll try that again. That'll work. Now I gotta try to remember to stay calm at the bottom here. That's what we wanted. I got a weird curve on at the bottom. I messed up the shape of that. The movement and the speed was exactly what I was going for, though. Much more relaxed. That's what we want. Whoa, too much curve. Alright, we'll try one more of these, and then we'll move on to our next penman. I didn't go far enough, so I got a little blob in my threading there, but that's okay. Not mad at it. Oh, the shade sound. This one, It's a pretty nice, it's a nice sound. Have you guys seen what is this? The baseball movie, where they talk about how you can hear a good hit. Is it you can hear it from the hit, how the pitcher pitched it, or something like that? There's just a sound that you could hear. What movie is that? One of you will know it. It's great. But anyways, it's neat when you can hear when things speed up or when they stay in nice fluid movement. I am guilty of getting that sort of sporadic a lot of times before I do shades. And it's something that I've been getting better at, but something that's been a process since the beginning of my movement writing journey. Alright, what do you got for us, Berensmeyer? Berensmeyer's is gonna feel a little more natural for me, I'm pretty sure. It has this large horizontal entry, standard stem. They all come very high, much higher than I naturally do on my stem strokes. Higher than you would on, say, up here, the B. Doesn't end up going quite as high. The B itself goes high, or the loop goes high, but for the K, they bring the stem way up all the way to the top and come down. So sometimes from here to here is where you'll get a little bit of shake if you're a little tentative going from that straight line. Alright, then he lifts. Tiny shade, but just an accent shade. Very loop, abrupt change of direction here into a rather round exit oval, with a tiny little unintentional accent shade on the end, I'm willing to bet. But this, now if we were trying to do this exactly like he did it, having these two hairlines so close together, and his loop loops through the first one but not the second one, that's gonna be a bit of a challenge. Yep, this bottom, very, very fine hairline, and then we just have a tiny little accent right at the very, very end. See how it goes. This one should feel relatively good, natural. I'm thinking. Have it visible so I can try to copy it as we're going. Accent shades make letters beautiful. I mean, I like that accent shades, the really fine ones, to me, they add beauty, but only because they show me, I can see the movement when there's a slight accent shade there. A lot of times it's not super intentional. Usually intentional shades are a little bit thicker. Sometimes they just happen because of the movement, and when there's beautiful flowing accent shades, these type of accent shades anyways, they're sort of, I don't know, they're proof that really good movement was used, and they just add like it's like a little seasoning on top of the letter. What up, Jesse? How you doing? Okay, Berensmeyer, here we go. Long horizontal entry all the way to the top. Slight accent shade on the top. That's a little bit too long. Now I have a trouble. This little loop in here, I make very, very small. And I need to, in order to copy Berensmeyer, I'm gonna have to bring that quite a bit larger. It's the up and around stroke transitioning into the downstroke that is gonna be a challenge for me. Yeah, seasoning on top of the letters. It's just like the extra spice to add flavor. Okay, and his hairline fully does start. It's very much a hairline in this print, but it's quite long. Okay, good on that one. Okay, we got the slight accent on the end. Again, I don't have this nice... his loop is much taller there. It's quite a challenge for me. That's more of what we need, that up-down before we start. Okay, and then we'll do his exit oval much larger than that. How small can you write while still maintaining arm movement? Like if you're doing capitals and whatnot, it's usually, I mean, you get into a little bit more fingers and that kind of stuff, but with capitals, like you can still control, if you're using forearm movement, which is what we're doing today, where my forearm is on the table, not whole arm movement where everything is off the table. But if we're using forearm movement, like you can control some pretty tiny little letters. Like that letter is probably, I don't know, what is that? Pretty tiny. So you can learn to control. I actually don't think I've ever really done tiny letters like that with movement writing, but as you can see, I mean, those are decent letters. You can control pretty small, and with lowercase, you don't usually get much smaller. I mean, you hit like the 2mm line, but you don't really get much smaller than that, and that's more of because of the thickness of your hairlines than anything else. But you can maintain, or you can use movement writing for quite small work as well. A great example of that, if you know Rate on Instagram, R-A-I-T, he writes extremely fast, and some of his like his business writing and whatnot, a lot of it is quite tiny. The one cool thing about writing smaller, it's it can be quite challenging to control, because when we talk about how quick you have to start shades and then cut them off, when you write smaller, the time you have is even less, because your speed is about the same. You don't want to slow down, because then you'll get shaky lines. We know we're already striving to write at a smooth speed. We're not going to be fast, we're writing to be smooth. And writing smaller doesn't mean we can write slower. The speed at which our hairlines are smooth sort of stays the same. But you can get a more exaggerated shade. And just an example of this, if I were doing, I'll just do lower capital B, because I've been doing them quite a bit lately. Like a large capital B. I'm half on that sheet and half off. If I do a large B, so to get a large shade like that, I possibly could have got that shade much bigger, but for a letter this large, I would want these shades to be, just for the ideal sort of image I have in my head, I would want the shades to be much bigger. Like I would want, yeah, about like that. Bigger shade. But that is challenging to get the control and the size and the smoothness of doing a large shade. It's not the easiest thing in the world. But if I were to do a smaller B, comparatively, this shade is the same thickness as this shade here, approximately. But when the contrast of the letter, this example looks like it is a larger shade than, say, this example. When you're looking at them side by side, obviously this one's bigger, but when you look at just the letters, because of the contrast, it's easier to do large-looking shades on small letters than it is to do large-looking shades on large letters. Because when your letters are large, your shades have to be huge. But when your letters are small, your shades can be like decent size. It's kind of the opposite of lowercase letters. A lot of people doing lowercase letters want to write really small, because when you write really small, you hide errors. But when you write bigger, you show the mistakes you made. Now, that does translate to the capital letters, but if you're using movement writing specifically, it can be really challenging to control your muscles to do movement writing, capitals and flourishes and stuff small. So a lot of people do them much bigger. And when you do them smaller, it shows where it can show where some of your mistakes are as well. So people have a tendency to do their capital letters bigger. And I fall into this all the time. You do these big capitals because they feel good, but then you're fighting to have your shade keep up. And when I remember and go, oh, well, let's just bring this down to a more middle size. This is a natural size capital for me. This is a tiny capital, which is, I don't do tiny capitals in movement writing very often, but those, they look cool. And the shades look really big. Contrary to that, though, the hairlines don't look as impressive. The hairlines in a larger letter, because of the same contrast, look better. So it's kind of a balancing act that you play, which is why sort of middle size is a good place to be. I hope all that made sense. That was pretty rambly. I apologize if it was a little too rambly. Hopefully that helped clear that up a little bit. Get back to this Bairnsmeyer K. That hairline looks so nice. Random. It's just so clean. All right. Whoa. Look at my wrist. On the corner of my paper. I could use a glide sheet. What am I doing? Okay, right. Get that little circle or that little oval a little bit bigger. Not too shabby. I slowed down on my downstroke here, you can see it, but I'm not mad at that. Pretty standard K from Mr. Bairnsmeyer there. What do we got, Courtney? As before, we're gonna stick to Courtney's lower alphabet and these ones here, and he has... Whoa, right. I think we did this one last week, and I'm gonna do it again today just for fun. We're gonna get into it with this compound curve, into this, like a Z shade, huge reverse oval shade, and then we're gonna cut that one off there. We're not gonna continue it into the eye like he did. And then this is gonna finish, we'll bring it up and around. We won't go into the L, but we'll bring it up and around like that. This one's gonna be just a sort of more for fun one. This is not a K that I don't think I would really use all that often, but we're gonna do it anyways. Yeah, this one looks, I mean, I think this is a beautiful, beautiful alphabet. But as a standalone K without the rest of these letters, I don't think it will really, it's not going to do it really any justice. Or it's not going to look great on its own. But it's alright. Doesn't mean we can't see how it looks. Test it out. Now, because there's a big shade, you obviously, your little hairline isn't going to cross all the way through, so you would choose to not thread it, and you're going to likely, and he did, keep his loop on the right-hand side. And he has a tiny little loop in here, then it goes down on the slant line, and then up and around. We might end up pulling ink when we come around, but we'll see what happens. Maybe I can keep my nib a little more vertical and go extra fast, and we won't pull too much. We'll see. Boom! No pulled ink. There we go. A good example that it is 100% possible. I mean, there's ever so slightly, but we don't have any crazy misshape. It is possible to pull through a large shade, and it's wet, thick, white ink, and we can still pull through without, unlike this bee that we have up here, where we did pull a fair bit of ink through. There are things you can do to not pull ink. But this shade does look kind of weird. I'm gonna do this one again just for fun, to see if I can get a better. I'm trying to shade it a little bit bigger on the first shade, the Z shade. Oh, I should have got some royalty-free Christmas music playing for this week. Whoops. Whoa! What happened there? That's not what happened. Try that again, shall we? That's better. A little kinky up here at the top, but that's okay. Is that because of the speed? Is the the pulling ink? It has to do with speed, yes, plays a role. It plays a factor. Also, the amount of sort of ink you have left. There's a lot of things that can factor in. How much ink is bubbled into the shade. So if you had done the shade slower, there's going to be more ink in there than if you do it quick. So if there's more ink in there, the chances of pulling more out is higher. There's also, and I mentioned, if I know I'm going to be going through a shade, and this is not something I worry about terribly often in my own writing, if I'm being 100% honest. Like when I did these Bs, every B you write, pretty much, you end up going through your shade at the bottom. And I never once I don't have a memory of ever thinking about pulling ink there. It's one of those things where, well, I pull ink, it's gonna happen. But if I specifically wanted to not pull ink, like I wanted to in this scenario, I was gonna try to see if I could not pull ink, I will put my nib a little bit more vertical. Not a lot, but a little bit. So, like you'll notice here, if I'm cutting through this B, my nib was at its regular slant, which is still pretty vertical. I write pretty vertical compared to some people. Some people prefer to have more of a downward slant. It's easier to get big shades, but if you're at more of a lower angle, you're going to pull more ink through, because as you come through, the ink in that shade is going to touch the ink on the bottom of your pen potentially, and it's going to pull more ink through, because if you just think your nib is going through at an angle, so it's gonna, there's just more potential for, friction is the wrong word, but for there to be connection there. Whereas if I come up a little more vertical, I can slice through. Also, one reason why you would likely pull through on the B and not the K in this example, I'm going from the B, it's a downstroke. So I'm pulling ink down out of the shade. So if that makes sense, as you pull down, you're pulling ink out of it this way. But here, because I'm going through, it is down, but because I'm not going towards the ink on the bottom of my nib, I'm sort of going, the side of my nib is what's cutting through. So it's just more metal cutting through and less metal and ink, if that makes sense. There's a lot of variables, and a lot of times you can do a lot of precautions to not pull ink and you will pull ink, and then other times you can do no precautions at all and you won't pull ink at all. It's kind of one of those things, and I don't ever remember noticing these little ink pulls. They're just sort of part of the letter to me. It's obviously nice when they're not there, but I don't really worry about it myself. All right, and there's I'm super long-winded tonight. That's what happens when I take a week off. All right. that's good enough for that K. That's more of a sort of we'll call it a novelty K. And I do think we talked about that one last week, if memory serves, which means we might have done these other ones as well. If you have memory of that, let me know. Oh, we did do this weird. We're not going to do this one today because we did this K, I believe, when we did the H. But we have that weirdo K, that weird stem stroke, because he starts the whole letter up here, comes around this way, and then stem. Oh, that's so bizarre. I don't feel like doing that today. But we did it with the H, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is the JD Todd one. Then we have, so here JD Todd's K is going to be horizontal, standard stem. Now his stem in this example looks a lot more like what my natural stems look like. So that one's going to be pretty easy. His little loop is it closed in? Yeah, it's closed in. It's so small, and it's all on the right-hand side, so it doesn't loop around this stem at all. That's what ends up normally happening for me as well. And then he comes down pretty much on his slant line with a shade, and then a relatively round exit. So we'll do that one. This one should happen pretty quick. It should be pretty standard to the way I naturally write. Stir my writing here. Stir, 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 stir. All right. Okay, JD Todd K, here we go. Long horizontal entry. Yep. They pretty much all bring their entry before the stem pretty high. I'm going to do that one a little again, try to make it a little less round. The shade, meaning I'm going to try to get a little more of a sharp shape on the bottom. Now, I did what Kanan sometimes does, where you totally just stop and come down, so you don't do the little loop at all, which is not what he did. My shade on my downstroke was much larger than his, and then he was round here rather than horizontal. Round that out. Easy fixes. Sweet. What do we have? One more late night live before Christmas time? We'll have to do a Christmas themed something next week. Maybe. What's on my hand? Get off of me. Sometimes I feel like you guys know the story of the Princess and the Pea. Sometimes I feel like that when I'm writing, when there's a piece of dirt or dust or something under my hand. I feel like most normal people wouldn't notice, and it drives me crazy. Oh, I forgot to shade the downstroke. Whoops. What will Santa Mike do? I don't know if I'll be Santa. I mean, I could wear a Santa hat. Oh, where is my Santa hat? I should be wearing it already. It's so weird when I don't have dance classes and public things to go to where I dress Christmassy. Doesn't feel like Christmas yet. Whoops. Here we go. That's pretty decent. My loop is even smaller than his. And my shade is bigger than his. Let me try one more. I make this shade so big. It's modeled after, if memory serves, one of C.C. Kanan's R's. He does a capital R that's like that. It's just a sharp stop and then a big shade on the bottom. And I gravitate towards that now. That's better. That looks more like his. I would say that looks quite a bit like his. I can't get the two in frame together. We can show you. So there's his. And then mine. They're not exactly the same, obviously. I'm not a robot. But they're close. A full white beard. I would have to buy one. My beard, although my beard hair here and here is pretty white actually already. On the sides of my chin are white, but it definitely doesn't grow fast enough for me to have a beard by next week. I could have some unattractive stubble by next week. But I definitely wouldn't have a beard. I would have to find a prosthetic. That's goatee. Christmas goatee. I had a goatee once. Once upon a time, back when I had long hair. Okay, Mataraz, what do you got for us? Mataraz, pretty similar to Baronsmeyer. It's just done a little more stretched, a little more lengthy, and sharper angle because of his speed. Super long, narrow horizontal entry oval, long shade. Then here, unlike the other ones that have more of an abrupt coming down on the slant line, he starts farther to the right. It's more horizontal than the others. Tiny little loop staying on the right hand side, and then a large horizontal exit oval. It's blurry. Is that make sure you set your YouTube to 1080 or 720 or whatever. Because it shouldn't be blurry. Alright, here we go. So we're going to go a little bit quicker because it's Mataraz. Yeah. Did he put a shade on his downstroke? He did not. It's a nice K though. I need to get a just slightly larger loop in there, and then we'll be good. Aha! 320. That would be pretty blurry. It's pretty standard definition. Ugh. There we go. That looks about like Mataraz-ish. It's close. His K isn't super impressive, so that works. His K is a little bit more compounded here, or a little bit more of that shape, I think. And then he finishes his horizontal exit there, instead of coming all the way around. Try that one more time. Right. No more looking up. Here we go. I just naturally add that shade there. I need to not do that. Again. There we go. That's a little bit better. All decent Ks. They're not very different from each other, but cool. And that, unless I'm mistaken, that's all our Penman. We finally, after trying for 2 weeks, made it through the letter K. All right. Moderaz's L. Let's start, since we got him up here at the top of the list. Check out his L. All right. So same entry as the K, long entry, horizontal end, or angled over here, shade. Now this abrupt going from here, whoop, up, going down into there, is going to be a little challenging for me. I have trouble making that super smooth. I like the way it looks super smooth, but his was a little more abrupt. I need lip check. Buy a humidifier. It's a little dry in here lately. All right. Let's do it. Toughest part of the L is going to be that upper loop. The transition, the part I have trouble with is the transition from compound curving into this shade down here. From here to here, the hairline before that, for me, either gets this weird pointy shape, or it's jaggedy. Not jaggedy, jagged is the wrong word. It's a little wobbly, as my tempo tends to shift when I go into that compound curve. But we're gonna get it. To warm up into that, I'm gonna do some figure eights. My arm is being relatively nice today. It hasn't been in the mood to write for the past little while, unfortunately. I've tried, and it has fought me. But it seems today like it's going to be cooperative, which is nice. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got the abruptness down here. The shade doesn't, it needs a little more sharper angle to be Moderaz, and a longer loop here. Clean that shape up a little bit. He doesn't drop this super low like some penmen do. Some penmen drop this entry loop way down low. In this specific example, he doesn't. Your turn, Lori. Time for the L. That song was a little magical. Oh, Swinny, I agree. I'm gonna have to find some new playlists. You guys know all of my music. Well, I keep listening to my classical music. I have some more upbeat ones, but they're a little too, I don't know, is energizing the word? I like to chill out. Oh, I need to get some of that. I don't know the name of it, but there's a Japanese string instrument that's played like it's like a long string instrument. Played like a guitar, but not held like a guitar. They sound really cool. I wonder if I can find some of that I can play on the stream. Is this new? Oh, sweet. All these playlists aren't new. but they're always on shuffle, and some of them have a lot of songs in them, so some of them we just may not have heard before. I'm so round down here. Very round. MrMGWard is very much... There we go, that's what we need. That type of a shape, okay. Yeah, definitely some of the ones in the beginning. I know I've heard most. I don't remember hearing this one. Shamisen. Is that what it's called? Yeah. It's a beautiful instrument. And I would love to find some of that I can play on stream. Some royalty-free shamisen music. I did it again. There we go. Still not long enough here. He brings that so far to the left after his shade. It feels so weird. Okay. We can do that. See, this one's played before. I think this is one of the originals. I think I had the original classical playlist, and maybe a few weeks ago, last time I did an update, I think I dumped some more classical music in there that maybe we haven't heard yet. Like the last song. Still not far enough. He goes so far. Alright. Let's go far. I can dance. I tell my students, make it bigger. There's not much chance you'll make it too big, and if you do, I will tell you. So I'm gonna do this till it feels too big, and it'll probably be exactly right. Nope, my shade, it's not a very pretty shade. Any chance we'll hit black light time tonight? You never know, Jesse. Anything is possible. Usually, if we go and I notice, if I feel like we've been streaming for a long time, I'll usually cut it off. But if we just magically get to midnight without me noticing, that's usually when we go into black light live time. Okay, so that's the first one. Gosh, the shade is no good, but this is the first one that feels like it finally goes far enough. That just feels ridiculous to me. It looks amazing, it looks awesome, but it feels so long. My shade is also much too round. That's the shape we need. Okay. L is one of those letters that gives me trouble to begin with, so matching a MrMGWard's L is a challenge. Well, that one felt like it did the right thing, but my hairline disappeared. You can't see it, but it goes right there. I can just see it. That's the best one yet. We're gonna try one more MrMGWard, and then we'll see what JD Todd's got for us. Love is a good word. You can see this kink right here every time. I have lots of trouble getting rid of that. It happens on the L and the S. It doesn't happen on the G, and it's about the same stroke up there, but it plagues me on the L and the S. One. Nope. Again. There we go. That's the idea. Nice and long. It's close. MrMGWard has a little bit more of an abrupt angle down here, but I'm going to call that close enough. And he doesn't have this little kink that I have, but that's going to exist in all of the L's that I do, I'm pretty sure. All right, JD Todd, what do you got for us? JD Todd, pretty standard. Now, if you notice, he has much more rounded than MrMGWard's at the bottom here, so should feel a little more natural. His is also longer than I do, so that's gonna be troublesome. And then this compound curve into a rounder horizontal exit oval, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge as well. But I wouldn't do videos like this if I wasn't up for a challenge. I like this video. This series teaches me to not get stuck in one way of doing things. But this is, again, similar to how I've spoke about learning ornamental penmanship and movement writing in general. I would consider this my road is a longer, slower road than some. If I picked one specific style and trained it till I could do it perfectly, that is the fastest road to proficiency and excellence in writing ornamental penmanship. But it's not as fun, so I don't do it that way. I like the constant challenge of constantly trying to do things different ways. See it, try to do it different. See something different, try to do that. And then ideally, when I get to the end of there is no end, but when I get farther along my longer road, I can do any style instead of just my style. It's the goal anyways. Do I practice enough to make that goal a reality? No. All right, JD Todd's L is much more. It feels loopier. Flowier, maybe is the word. MrMGWard's seems sharp, even though there's no sharp things in there. That's how I would describe it. Okay, not abrupt and kink are the two things we gotta fix there. Now comes a very old song. Oh, I didn't get a good smooth shade there. That's what we wanted. We just need a rounder exit oval. What up, Howdy? Welcome in. Here we go. That's pretty nice. Let's say that almost hit the nail on the head. The only real difference, although main difference. He's a little narrower in this loop, and his exit oval drops lower than mine, so it ends up being rounder. But pretty darn close. I think Hody is Madaraz obsessed. It's an addiction. Nope. One more, then we're going to move on from Todd. I don't want to spend all night just doing the same L's over and over again. Yeah, minus my little kink in here, everything else is coming together pretty nice. All right, JD Todd, what do you got, Courtney? Anything different? So, the main difference, Courtney goes even rounder. You'll notice here, so we're going to start his, just for fun, we're going to start his entry oval down here. So we're going to go round into a horizontal entry oval to come up, which will give us that rounded connection point there. Or that, not a star, but everything's going to cross in that one spot. Now his is a little more horizontal, or a little more, sorry, not using the right words, a little more upright as he comes into his downstroke, and a little rounder. It's not quite as, it's still long, but it's got a little more vertical space to it than the previous two. Then he drips way down low to get this very round exit oval. So very unlike Madaraz in his exit oval for sure. That's cool. What kind of art are you looking up? What are you getting into, Hody? What style of art? Stir, 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 stir. Okay, starting below the baseline into a round entry oval. Woo! So, we got the vertical space, but we flattened down the one side by accident. This dropped down below, nice, relatively round, not quite as abrupt as his. My shade got kind of wonky shaped. Other than that, close. And my entry oval got this weird kink right here for some reason. Art storybooks, museum collections. Oh, that's fun. Sounds like a good. Do you already have a pretty good collection of art books, Hody? I wish I had more art books. I need to start acquiring a collection. What is happening? Manuscript study books are pretty cool. Don't we all? There we go. This is still a little more... This feels loopier. Bubbly is the wrong word. It's just all his forms are just a little more rounder, created a little more flowy than I'm creating them. I'm going to try to increase my speed a little bit, but maintain the shapes. I'm trying to increase speed without elongating things like what happened if I was doing a Madara style, for example. Boom! The shade's a little crazy shaped, but that's what I was looking for in the ovals. I didn't hit the entry with everything crossing the same point, but I'm not mad at that. But the hairlines just look flowier. I'm gonna try that one more time, then we'll move on to Berensmeyer. That's what we needed. Okay. So what can I do to get that shape? Or to get that connection point? I'll try to do my entry oval a little bit lower. Nope. Those are pretty nice. I'm happy with those. Especially this one here. Give that one a happy face. Just for good measure. Alright. What do you got, Berensmeyer? L. Ooh, that is a clean L. So he has by far the largest entry oval of all of them so far. Tiny accent on the top left. Now, smaller loop than the ones we've done previously, which is good for me. That feels a little more natural for me. I like the long ones, but shorter feels a little bit easier for me. Abrupt compound curve into a large shade. Again, now his loop feels long, but it's not so much long as it, like Madara's, for example, he has a shade. He ends up traveling to the left quite a bit more before curving up, whereas Berensmeyer instantly from the shade goes up, but then goes up high enough that he travels to cross right in the middle of his shade, which I really like. Because it doesn't feel long, it's just, but it still gives you the same size oval as you have with Madara's, for example. Let's check out Madara's real quick to compare, just to make sure that I'm not making things up. Yeah, if you look here, if you compare the two of them with Madara's, once his shade finishes, when he gets here, it's still traveling far to the left before going over. And then crossing the apex of his shade is about here. He's crossing a little bit more to the left of that. Not to say that he always did it that way, but just in this specific example. Berensmeyer finishes the shade and it's already on the up curve, just like if he was doing an S, for example. This is his implied angle is going up here, up, and then crosses through the center of his shade, which I really like. And then a large exit. I like that a lot. And that shade is perfect. He's gorgeous. So my focus is going to be primarily on that shade. Getting the shape. Oh no! Dropped my. It's going to be getting the shape of that shade. Nice. Here we go. Large entry. Do a couple of these just to get. Okay. very wonky shade there. Okay, so this is one of those moments where, and I've been doing this for all the shades, I haven't thought to, or I haven't reminded myself, this compound curve with a stem shade, some of you may have heard me mention before that you'll get I myself anyways, and I think you get a cleaner looking shaped shade when the shade comes from your whole arm dipping down rather than your sort of hand creating the shade. And that's, for me, even if it is doing the exact same thing, when I think about that, I get a cleaner look. So I have to remind myself to think like that, or to think about that, and then we'll put it all together. Decent. Not a beautiful, beautiful shade like his. We want the nice, perfect taper from there all the way to the cutoff point. Which means I have to attack the shade a little bit more. So I'm going to add just a little bit more speed to get to some fluidity in there. And then try to get that, my arm muscle creating that shade, or my arm level. Better shade, not a better loop here, but decent. Nothing to be mad at. It is crazy how few letters I make it through every week. I never thought this series would take nearly this long. I figured it'd be maybe a week or two. But we only really get through 3 letters? Maybe we did 4 or 5 last week, but we only get through a few a week, which isn't very many. Oh, come on. Smooth out that shade. No, come on. I'm in picky territory here. I'm saying no and not actually mad at myself. These are all pretty nice L's, but better. Much better. Everything is nice and flowy in that one. That one is probably the best one we've done so far. Last L, and then we'll move on. Decent. I still think that one's the best one we got going on. Which letter is the most difficult for me? The capital D. Without question, the letter that gives me the most trouble of any letter. Yep, the capital D. Any and all variations of it. It has been the letter I have the most trouble with, I think, pretty much since the beginning. It's the reason I don't start letters with "Dear so-and-so." Nope, not anymore. I really like the capital D when I'm writing slowly. When I'm designing, it doesn't bother me. But whenever I have to write it with movement, it's torture. Why? Why the D? To me, it's the, MrMGWard doesn't have his D is not terribly gorgeous on this one. He has a nice shade, but It's this space right here. My D is always, if I can do a really clean looking capital D, but it ends up looking more slanted than the rest of my letters. And it just never looks good, in my opinion, when I write them. When other people write them, they look really nice. Some of the more like flourish, like I can do a D with a double shade that can look really pretty, or some of the more elaborate variations I can do, and they look really pretty, but when I take away all the extra stuff and try to do a simple one, it rarely looks good. It's given me trouble since day one. Yeah, Chin posted today or yesterday. I saw it today. Her post about she had to take a picture because she nailed the capital D. It's a troublesome one. A lot of the letters that I found really troublesome when I first was getting into ornamental penmanship no longer feel super troublesome. Like, there's still a lot that are hit and miss, obviously. But but D is one that I don't feel like it's really improved since I started writing in general. That being said, I probably haven't dedicated as much time and energy to it as I could. But it's because I don't want to, because I don't like it. But it's one that needs work. So I would say that the capital D gives me trouble, and then the L and the S, but not the whole letter. It's pretty much that little kink that I was talking about that I get in my writing. I didn't get it here, but from here to here, the fluidness, not a word, but that's okay, of that first curve of the compound curve down, oops, I have a lot of trouble with. And it's one that I need to drill a lot of these movements and a lot of these movements. Basically, I'll do figure eights into an ending horizontal oval. I need to do a lot of those to iron out that kink, basically. I know it's possible to get rid of it. I just have to do the work to actually get rid of it. All right, who do we got next? Two more. Kanan. All right, what does he got? He's got two L's. They're both pretty similar. We're going to do this one here. Very similar to what we're doing. Now, more like if we compare what we saw with Bernsmeyer to Madaraz, we said Madaraz's was much sharper, is the term I used. It just feels more edgy. That's sort of how I feel about Kanan's L here. Unlike many of his forms, his entry oval and his exit oval are not super round. His shade starts really low. His loop is much bigger than Bernsmeyer's, so it looks gorgeous, and it's what I want to be able to do, but it's more room in that my danger zone. His little bottom loop here is much more similar to what I do naturally in this specific example. You'll see it's long, but it's narrow. It's not a big loop down here, and he doesn't abruptly do this compound curve into his exit oval. It's a very smooth flowing from here to here, which is what I do naturally. So this one should feel, with the exception of the upper loop, should feel much more natural for me. That's good, Jesse. I'm glad to hear it. Keep working at it. I did a couple good ones the other day when I was putting together, for those of you who are on the Discord, you would have seen it when I was putting together that alphabet that I posted yesterday. I had to nail a decent capital D, and I did do it. It is decent. It's not as good as I would like, but none of the letters are as good as I would like, if we're speaking honestly. Because I'm picky. Okay. So we need shorter, snappier, more flat bottom on that shade. Decent, except for if that upper loop looked more like that, we'd be in good territory. Okay, we can do that. Nice L. Not a large enough loop, but that is a pretty nice L. Kanan's shade isn't huge, so we're not striving for a giant, crazy, difficult shade, which is good. Oh. There we go. That's what we wanted. That looks like Kanan's to me. The only real difference that I could change is he comes out of his shade a little bit flatter on the baseline. I still have a little bit of a curve going slightly below the baseline. All right. Last but not least, EW Blozer. What do we got? Blozer. Oh, so very similar to, we already analyzed this one before we did the K. Very round, open entry oval with an accent shade, very sharp and a little more angled upper loop into a beautiful shade and a large loop at the bottom here. Abrupt transition, tough for me, going into our horizontal exit oval. See what we can do. This one will be a little bit more difficult, I think. So getting this more angled. Gotta get this shade coming up. Letting that drop too low below the baseline. To the lower left. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, and round entry oval, right. Weird. Whoa. Pretend that didn't happen. Decent, but not good enough. Okay, so my loop is not hitting that more slanted angle that his is. It's weird. It's like I'm fighting to do it wrong on purpose. I don't want to do it wrong, but he did it wrong, so I have, not wrong, but his top part is angled a lot more in this specific example. So I have to... It's weird going from a round entry oval into a more steeper, to a more angled loop. The idea. Now let's make that lower compound curve a little more abrupt. We'll be in a good spot, I think. Booyah. That's pretty nice. So his entry oval, jeez, goes lower than mine. And it comes up and you can see it all the way through here. But it's like vertical at this point. Okay, that's gonna be tough. M is your favorite letter? No, I have a lot of trouble with M as well. You would assume I wouldn't, because I write it all the time, because it's in my name. But the two little bumps, two humps that go into the horizontal exit oval, give me problems. My favorite letter, and it's a tough letter, I don't do it perfect all the time, but my favorite letter is probably capital B. I love capital F. B's, F's, capital G's, and capital W's are probably my favorite letters to write. I would say he starts from that weird. I guess that's okay. We just gotta imagine we're starting down here. Better. That's pretty good. My shade isn't as big as his, but we're gonna call that okay. All right. So that is L. G is hard. Yeah. Oh, it's funny. G is. I never used to like the round variation of the capital G, the standard G. This one here. Never used to like it. And then, so I would always use the descended variation. But then one day, something clicked, and I really like the standard capital G variation. And I do find it rare that I write, like, they're far from perfect. That's not a beautiful G or anything. But I rarely find that I write them, and I really dislike them. Like, I feel like they always turn out pretty. They're always slightly different. But it's a pretty letter. It happens to come out of my pen really naturally. It's probably one of my more consistent pretty letters, I would say, which is weird. It clicked one day. It never used to be. I'm hoping that'll happen with the capital D one of these days. That it'll just click. And I can knock them out like that. But it hasn't happened yet. All right, let's go into... You always have trouble with the entry oval stroke. What up, Devin? One thing to think of, it's the same entry oval that you use for the capital S as well. And if you're having trouble making it sort of match, make it so you can see here. If you're having trouble making it match sort of these other ovals, it's very easy for this oval to get, for the entry oval to be looking like a different angle than the other two. The other two end up sort of naturally looking the same because they're, I mean, it works more like a spiral. So one key that, or one thing that I think about when I do it that sort of, I don't want to say unlocked it, but I think of, instead of making the standard entry oval like that we use for like the L and the capital stem, for example, if I was doing a capital B, you would do this stem here. So where I'm starting here and almost like closing it off at this point, if I did that for the G, like my G could come up here, and if I hit this point, it's impossible for this line to follow parallel to what this stem was because of the angle they're following, right? So when I think of making the stem for the G, I don't make it, or it doesn't have the same feeling as the stem for a standard capital stem. Instead, I imagine a large oval that's the entire letter, and I kind of come into it like halfway, if that makes sense. Let me try to make that make a little bit more sense. I know we're not on G right now, we're on M, but because we're talking about this, I will try to make it make sense. So we have our, like a standard entry to a stem. If I was going to do this stem with the same entry oval as I use for the G or the S, I would start it like up here. It's as if I'm doing a large oval. So the curve here is going to be this in the same place. So it's going to be a large oval that I'm cutting off. So as I'm coming around here, I'm going to start here. So it's almost like from here to here is much more horizontal. It doesn't have the same curve as our standard entry. Because what happens when I come over that way, and then if I were to continue through and make a G, now when I come around here, I can parallel that line and get the nice shape that I want. So I think of it more like a flatter, like you're coming into, you're starting a large oval sort of in the middle. Like this is your implied oval that you're sort of imagining, and you come into it at about the middle ground to there. So you're hitting like the flat part. You're not curving all the way from here like you would for a large oval. You're hitting just this top flat bit so that you can come out of it and get that shape that way. And it's the same thing, the same idea. Whoops, sorry. Same idea for like the capital S. Same idea, keep this sort of flat on top. Ooh, that's an ugly S, but my ovals are still parallel. So you get the idea of that. Now that's one of those things that's not taught anywhere. I don't know if that mentality, it's probably not necessarily how they thought about it. But when I break the oval entry that way down in my brain, it just makes it make more sense. And I'm pretty sure how I'm able to do consecutive G's that have matching parallel ovals. It's a little tidbit that may give you a hand, may help you out if that's specifically what you're having trouble with. All right, now we'll get back on track and go to the capital M. You're so smart. I don't know that I would call myself so smart. As a dancer, it's been my job to see how people do things, reverse engineer them, and then teach myself how to do them. And this is sort of the same. That's how I like to learn this penmanship stuff. And I like to think that there was some teachers back in the day. I'm just filling my little water jar here with some more water. I like to imagine that there were penmanship teachers back in the day. Whoa, my hand is shaky. That would think this way about the letters. In fact, I like to think that most of them would. Not most of them, but different approach, sort of the more artistic breakdown, how you mentally attack something, even if you're doing the exact same thing as a more calculated approach. It's sort of how you think about it, and different people are going to find the different thought processes give them the look. Just water? Yeah, no. Pure vodka. I clean my nibs with vodka. Don't we all, Hody? Don't we all? I have to be the first one to sign up if you teach OP someday. I mean, I will. Definitely. I mean, I taught OP. I mean, my Art of Movement writing is an ornamental penmanship class, and I taught the first version of that class last month already. And then I'll be doing version 2.0 in February for the Hong Kong group for General Penman. So that is essentially right now, that is my OP class. I don't have a longer, more thorough OP class than that, or OP workshop than that. I hope to one day, I want to do a long course, sort of similar to the 6-month Spencerian class that I'm doing this year. I hope to one day have a movement writing ornamental penmanship class that's longer as well, but we're not ready for that yet. Oh, why am I dipping my nib already? We have to analyze E.W. Blozer's capital M right after I take a sip of tea. Okay. Vodka. I don't have a very good Russian accent. I wish I did. Okay, what do we got? Oh, so he has a snazzy entry to his capital M. Show you here. Where are we? There it is. Horizontal entry, slight accent shade. So good at these very slight top accent shades. Compound curve into a loop, transitioning into a horizontal or into an angled oval. Long stem. Not the most beautiful stem shade, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is. Coming out of that, 1 lump, 2 hump, coming down, large. Oh, so similar to the K, we have a large shade under the baseline. Now, I'm used to doing the first hump higher and the second hump smaller. His are both about the same, and it looks like he's dropping right about there. He's starting that hairline. It's tough to see in this example. Very narrow oval there. All right. This one shouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. Getting that entry looking exactly like his will be a bit of a challenge, but that's all right. What up, Fozzie? Welcome. You're not that late. You're just a little late. We missed, what have you missed so far? Just L and K. We're just starting on the capital M. And I just finished a breakdown of the capital G, which we're not on the capital G, but we've been off on a couple little tangents since we started today. All right. Capital M with this crazy entry oval. Not as pretty as his, but that's okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, and he keeps those... It's so natural for me to make my second hump smaller. I have to keep those the same size. I don't think I've ever done that before. Weird. So he starts them a little bit lower, though. They're going to start down here, so they're both kind of little. Okay. Oh, the funky schnazzy K that we did. Who is that? JD Todd's fancy K. Alright, we have to transition a little more to get more space in here. So this has a little bit more space. That's what we need. We can do that. That's easy enough. All right. Yeah, I would assume you would have a pretty good M, Marilyn. I would guess. But again, that's like I say, people assume I should have a good one. It is very weird. I remembered to make this one the same height as I was on my downstroke already. Boy, it's very weird, because, I mean, other than that, everything was going really good. But it is very strange feeling to make that second bump as high as the first one. Huh. Weird. That doesn't feel like it's something that should feel weird. But it definitely does. Okay. This entry is really nice, though. Ooh, cooking activity. Did she make something delicious? Ah, Suzanne has some nice letters for sure. Alright, here we go. Boom! I'm happy with that one. Quite happy. The angle of his exit shade here, we're going to try this one more time. His exit shade is a little more, doesn't come down as far as mine. It starts sort of more over here and finishes more like right here. It's a little more closer to horizontal. Ooh! That sounds fun. I don't remember learning how to make food when I was in school. I don't think I did. Or if I did, I didn't pay attention. Always a possibility. Okay, now I'm going to set up so I'm ready to make that more horizontal stroke. That's the idea. Ah, I still made it. Not the same height. So if we combine this shade on that one, then we did it right. Let's move on from Berensmeyer, or from Bloser, to Mr. C.C. Kanan. Oh, it's be better with bacon, wouldn't it be? Anyways, bacon's always the better choice. It is very weird making the bumps the same height. I 100% agree. It is something I don't believe I have ever done or tried until today. Suzanne's great. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so same idea. We're just getting into it with a little loop here, angled oval. So this is going to be very, very similar, except his loop or his bumps are not the same height. So that's going to be basically the exact same thing, but just not the same height, and not with this crazy entry part. So it should be easier, in theory. Okay, here we go. Little loop. Oh, there's not supposed to be a shade down there. I have a tendency, and this is definitely a me thing that I shouldn't do, but I do it all the time. The second hump on my M's is always sharp. Unintentional. Even when I try to not do it that way, that tends to be the way it ends up. Almost always. Also, you can see I got some multiple slant lines going on here, which is no good. I gotta fix that. New songs aren't new anymore. No, I guess the new playlist isn't big enough. The playlist itself wouldn't all loop though. It's all on shuffle, so you never know. I mean, it wouldn't shuffle the same as it shuffled last time. It'll be in different order. Or should be, slightly anyways. Okay. There we go. I lost my hairline here, but it's right there. So you can see it. Decent. Now the big difference, his entry is way higher than his two bumps. So what I'm going to do is do the same thing, same size entry, but I'm going to do the bumps about here. Way shorter, which feels really short, but that's how he wrote them. So we're going to do it that way. My brain is tripping out when I get to this point, trying to remember higher, lower, shorter, taller. Where am I putting this second one? So my second one got, as you can very plainly see, pretty kinked up. Slower? What are you talking about, Fozzie? We don't write slow up in here. Not on Late Night Live. There we go. We're gonna call that good enough and move on. What is this slow you speak of? Alright, Bernsmeyer, what do you got? Okay, so Bernsmeyer starts, I think this is our first capital of the works that starts with my sort of go-to standard entry for a lot of letters in the alphabet. Is this compound curve into an oval, up and around. Beautiful stem shade he has here. Into two bumps, he has the same little issue I have, where he's on a slightly different angle than his stem stroke. I feel like I wrote very similar to Bernsmeyer. I write very similar to Bernsmeyer unintentionally. Before I stumbled across his work. I don't remember who told me about his work first. But somebody showed me. It's like, this, you write like him. I'd never seen his work before, but he has some little idiosyncrasies in his work that remind me very much of the way I write, as well as naturally his second loop or his second hump is much pointier than his first one. A lot of Penman did that, but just to make that be known. One thing that he does here that I don't naturally do, I would naturally start this compound curve down here. Nice. On the horizontal plane, he starts way up here and dips down into the compound curve. Many Penmen did that. Something I'm not used to doing all the time, but we're going to figure it out. We're going to do it today. Turtle speed. Psh, turtle speed. Some turtles are pretty quick, you know. I would enjoy having a pet tortoise, I think. But I don't imagine it's going to happen. non-COVID times, I'm not home enough to have a pet, I don't think. I'm not allowed to have pets in this apartment anyways, I don't think. They may be okay with a turtle or tortoise if I asked, but... Nice! Good start, good start. Here we go. Oh, he dips lower. But... And then... He's much narrower on these two than me, so I'll try to do another one and keep him a little more narrow. Named Speedy. Yeah, see, some turtles are quick when they want to be. My sister had she had a tortoise and a turtle. The tortoise was cool. His name was Tort. He was pretty dope. He passed away a number of years ago, unfortunately. Whoa, that was a little kink. I'm gonna try to do that again. But her turtle had a really clever name. Her turtle was not very good with the whole survival of the fittest thing. She was blind, or she needed glasses, which is hilarious. But if you put food right in front of her on the ground, she would snap it thin air. She would never get it. So you had to put it on a spoon and put it like right in her mouth, and that was the only way she would bite it. She was old, but she was visually impaired. But her name was hilarious. She was Nellie for Turtle, which is pretty funny, I think. Okay. But I think my sister gave her away. She was too much trouble. Because you couldn't just feed her. You had to literally, like, spoon feed her every little worm. Which was troublesome. But Tort was pretty dope. He was fun. Nope. There we go. Why am I hovering off the baseline, though? Come on, Mike. Drop that down to the baseline, shall we? Ugh. What is going on? Go. That's better. One more Bairnsmeyer M, and then we'll move on to whoever's next. There we go. It's a nice one. Yeah, they do. Tortoises do live for a really long time. Something happened. He got some issue and they couldn't figure out what it was. He just stopped eating, I think is what it was. I didn't live there at the time, but he got ill and he didn't get better, unfortunately. They couldn't figure out what was wrong. The vet didn't know. I think they took him to a special turtle vet. Not a turtle vet, but a reptile and whatnot vet, an exotic pet vet. Alright, FB Courtney. Whoa! Okay, here's an M we're not used to. Smiley for that M. I'll smiley it when we finish. The stem could be a little flatter. It may deserve a smiley, but I've done better M's. Okay, this M be interesting. I'm not very used to doing this one. Same entry as... Who did this entry? As Blozer. No. Yeah, same entry as Blozer. But instead of going into a stem, Goes all the way down, sort of like a Z shade. Z shade down here, and then coming up to make the two humps and around. I really like this M, and I rarely write it. So I look forward to do it now. And we're going to finish this one. I'm going to go up and through, just like we did on the K that we did of Courtney's. It's similar to the Marilyn Monroe M. I burned and painted the Marilyn Monroe M onto a pair of shoes once. Yeah, a long time ago. Okay, FB Courtney. Yeah, this whole M is very condensed. That's going to be one of the challenging bits, I'd say, of this one, or for this one. Like I said, same entry as EW Blozer's, but his was very long and spaced out, whereas Courtney's is very condensed. And then a slight accent shade on that first downstroke, actually. Oh, okay, go for it. See what happens. I mean, that's the idea. That's not perfect. I didn't give myself quite enough space. It's similar to his, but I could use a little bit more space in here. This was too long. There. This bottom bit, I panicked at this bottom part a little bit because I didn't think I left enough. I went down too low, so that's got a little pointy. And then this has to come up. So far, we're pretty good. I just need to condense it a little bit closer. Same idea, and then around, and the exit was fine. Cool. I'm curious why Fozzie's computer, or why your computer gets so late, Fozzie. Curious. I guess you find out when you're reading the chat. See if what we're talking about is what you're seeing me talk about. That is a very pretty M. I like that. It does feel a little too... I'm a little too sharp right here still. I mean, his is relatively sharp there as well. But his shade is a little bit fuller at the bottom. I'm going to try that a couple more times and see if I can do it a little bit bigger. Because in contrast, if we compare these two M's, I mean, yeah, this one fills 2 spaces. This one should also fill 2 spaces. If I'm writing everything at approximately the same size. This M should be a wee bit bigger to fit so they all match beautifully. That's the one. I didn't drop it nearly low enough for the baseline, but that's what I wanted here. Fuller shade, a little bit rounder there. Good. One more. I might start using this M. I've never used it for anything before. Never felt comfortable with it, but these look quite pretty. Got a weird kink on the bottom of that shade. And I'll need to make this one a little bit taller as well. What am I doing? I did a compound curve. That could make a really cool W. Wait. Experiment. I mean, it also kind of looks, it could be an H. Interesting. All right, one more, then we're gonna move on. Yeah, not the best shade on that one. This one is our prettiest one so far. But that's cool. Okay, let's move on. Wait, who's next? JD Todd. Oh, YouTube is informing me. Are things glitchy at all? Is the video choppy at all? YouTube's telling me that we're having some troubles, but my streaming program doesn't seem to be having a problem, so it might just be the internet. Alright, what does JD Todd have to say? Okay, very similar. So, same entry as both EW Blozer and Courtney used, but it's like EW Blozers, but much more condensed. So, a little bit closer spacing on this spiraling entry. And then two almost the same height and around. So very similar to Kanan's, I believe, but just higher double humps. All good, not choppy. Right on. Good to know. Thank you. I'm so happy that the live chat replay is going to work this week, or should work this week, because that's an issue that I'm glad to have behind us. It really should work. I hope it does. I mean, that's pretty darn close. One thing I want to try to get, he drops this bit super low, basically like what I did, but there's a little bit too much space in here. This whole bit needs to condense just a wee bit. Nope, didn't drop it low enough. Again! The idea. Booyah. Decent M's. I am quite happy with my hand tonight. I'll go as far as to say my arm is performing better tonight than it has in, I feel like, over a month. Tonight feels good. Alright, Madaraz, what do you got for us in the M territory? Okay, so simple entry. The same entry we used for... When did we do this? We've used this entry earlier today. What letter was it? Oh, on a K. I don't remember whose it was, but on somebody's K we entered this way. Okay. So we're going to do a little bit more speed. And his are nice and short. It almost looks like there's a little round bit underneath at the bottom here. but I don't think, oh, you couldn't see right here, but I don't think there is. I think it's a sharp stop. And then super narrow horizontal oval below the baseline. Oh, bedtime for Marilyn. Thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you next week. I don't imagine I'll be canceling the stream next week. I don't have anything else on my schedule as of right now. So everything you can assume from now until forever. I have no plans on canceling the streams anytime in the future. We'll keep them going. We'll see. I might take a break from the capitals next week and do something Christmassy. I'm not sure. Play it by ear. Not angled enough for moderates. There we go. That's better. Shade could be a bit bigger, but that's okay. Oh, he has to go below the baseline. Like that. Okay. Can do. Yay for forever. I mean, I can't promise it won't actually be forever. I just don't have any canceling plans. Since I'm not going home for Christmas, something may end up happening between like around Christmas, New Year time, depending on what my schedule looks like. But here we go. Yeah, not the nicest humps on the M there. Christmas ornaments with flourishing. We could do that. I've never made Christmas ornaments before. I know a lot of calligraphers on Instagram this time of year post Christmas baubles and ornaments and whatnot. One more. I feel like I need my entry loop to be higher. That's better. Much better. Okay. There's M. Yeah, well, definitely, I mean, unless I have like work or I'm going out of town, I may be going, I may try to go up to get out of the city during the Christmas, New Year time, up to the mountains or something, just for a change of pace. And if that happens to fall on a Tuesday, I'll obviously let everybody know. I'll post on Instagram, but I don't know the days of the week or the days of the month, so I don't know specifically if we're going to be canceling any. Sorry, I need to go off camera for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Give me just a moment. Oh, hey, sorry about that. We're back. Where are we here? N. Now the N, well, like you can see what Mataraj did here, and where is it? There it is. I like that he did this. M and N are so very similar. But he started them different ways, which I like. But he started it just with a standard little loop and an N. The N's gonna go pretty quick because most of them, I assume, are gonna be very similar to the M's that we've already done. My ink is getting a bit watery. Oh, I'm out of tea. Darn it. I need like a... Oh, we discussed this last week, how I need a thermos with tea in it. I have a thermos, I just need to make a big enough pot of tea to put in it. I gotta start researching kettles. I gotta find a good kettle to replace the one that broke yesterday. I think I'm gonna get one with variable temperatures on it, so I can set it for green tea, black tea, different temperatures, instead of doing it by feel, or a lot of times I judge by the size of the bubbles. Lets you know the temperature of it. But I'm probably not very exact. All right, capital N. Here we go. Now we want the shade to stay the same as Matarazi's shade for the M, but it's going to start with a different entry. Whoops. Nope. Quicker, don't hesitate. That was good. Started a little high, but nice. Let's do one of those. Try to keep the shade a little lower. You count the seconds from when you start the machine? Or a second between bubbles? What do you mean? Specifically. Do you know a tea temperature trick that I'm not aware of? Ugh. Come on. There we go. Except it's supposed to go below the base level. Come on. There we go. That's a good end. Nice. Okay, what do we got? JD Todd. What does his N look like? Oh! I've actually never done an N like this in OP. So same entry oval, or same entry as Moderate has, just not at the same angle. And then he has a shade coming all the way down on his N, similar to the shade of a V or a Y or a U. I've never done that before. Interesting. But it's not a big shade, it's just an accent shade. So we gotta control the downstroke quite a bit. Whoa. That's the idea, but I panicked and let go of my shade too soon. Okay. Let me do that stroke a few more times. Okay. Come on. Why are my stems so messed up right now? I mean, pouring it in a fancy cuppa is the most important part. Hmm. What is going on? All of a sudden, I can't create a good shade. Here we go. What up, Brian? Welcome. Here we go. So I just need to make that shorter then, in order to do it like JD Todd did. It's funny, every once in a while when I'm going through the YouTube music archive, I'll stumble upon a video that's like, wait, that's a Joe Vitolo video, or that's a John DeColobus video zone. There we go. N. What an interesting N to do the shade on the downstroke like that. Fascinating. Thank you, JD Todd, for teaching us a new N today. Alright, who we got next? FB Courtney. Showing us where's his N. Okay. So his N is the same as the M variation we did a few minutes ago. But because he gets into it this interesting way, I'm going to start it here. So I'm going to do a horizontal entry, a tiny loop, and then down into the N, and then over and around. So it'll be a little complicated, or maybe I'll just start it. No, I lied. I'm just going to start it up here. Little loop into the N, and then exit all the way around. We'll do that. Try to replicate that. What do you got going on this evening, Brian? I like those A's you posted today. Very consistent. It looks good. I think Audra Swinney pays more attention to the playlist than she does the writing practice. Okay, what do we gotta do here to... Oh! So, you see what happened. I got this very not fun crossing, which isn't terrible, but we have to make sure that our entry is high enough that that crossing crosses here between the top of the hump there and our downstroke. Okay, good to know. I didn't realize that before. Okay, can do. Still went a little too high, and my N is too fat. Okay. I mean, you can definitely tell you were in a zone. Those A's were really, really nice. I like that you get a good hook on the top of them. I think that's, I would say, business penmanship practice showing through, potentially, which is a good thing. Some songs make you get sad. Don't get sad. Lupfer wrote like a computer. Fascinating. Something I realized going through that PDF that I put together of all the alphabets. It's interesting. Sometimes where a similar letter or one letter, like we all know that they did the doing letters, clipped them out and glued them onto a sheet of paper to have sort of printed. There's sometimes where like one letter will change in those alphabets, but the rest of the alphabet will all be identical, or there'll be like one letter that you can tell is like a carbon copy from another alphabet, but the rest of the alphabets are different. And you're like, whoa, it makes me wonder, did he do it that perfect twice in a row? Or is that literally the same example? Is that the same engraving put into another, onto another print block? It's quite curious. It's fascinating. I want to see more of Lupfer's writing that that hasn't been engraved and perfected. Because a lot of the examples that are in the Business Educator anyway of his work are perfected. That's why the scrapbooks are good to go through for that, I guess. Nope. Nope. Oh, we were doing good there. Why did I stop? No lifts allowed there. There we go. That's nice. This just needs to go below. It's like that M. So pretty and cool, but I never use it. I need to start using this one more. Why does my brain wants to stop this on the baseline? You can see multiple times now I've done it instead of dropping way below. And I don't know why. It must be really similar to another letter that I have to stop at the baseline. Because something, I don't know, it's weird. My brain doesn't want to, I guess because the N we were just doing, we were stopping on the baseline. Maybe that's why. Again. Okay, this one, last one, I'm going to drop it way down below the baseline. Because that's ridiculous. There we go, that's better. Nope. Come on, what the heck? That's a pretty letter. I think that's what they did. They would submit a letter and be like, hey, can you use that same alphabet as last time? Or I wonder if the alphabets would be printed. And they look at it print and be like, I'm not feeling that Q. So they'll submit just like a Q, be like, hey, can you replace the Q from the last alphabet you printed of mine? I mean, Lupfer, he's not printing, or he's not sending in, he's there. So he's just giving them whatever he wants them to print, basically. I wonder if they did that. I mean, like you said, I would. Okay, let's move on from this end. That one looks good. All right. What we got next? Let's get a new sheet of paper here. All right, H.P. Berensmeyer, what do you got for us? His N, okay, standard. Very similar to the M we did. Compound curve entry, starting way up high, do a horizontal loop. Nice stem, and an N. Pretty standard, pretty basic. This one should come out of the pen relatively nice. I think the biggest struggle that I've seen and that I feel for this in this letter is, so this compound curve is nice. I like that Berensmeyer's compound curves aren't super abrupt. He keeps them smoother, which I like to do. But it's maintaining this implied oval down here. Sometimes it gets lost. It gets more, square's the wrong word, but it gets more rounded out on this side. And then when it transitions over to here, something weird happens in this to this, where this oval down here gets lost a little bit. So we're gonna focus on maintaining that shape. So we still have that lower horizontal oval bisecting the baseline. Nope. Too round. You can see what I'm talking about though here. How long this gets at the bottom. It's good up here. But it should have had about like so to maintain that. This would be a little shorter. To maintain that implied oval there on the inside. What was the last song that played? I have no idea. Wait, let me see if I can find out. Oh, it doesn't give me song names. Sorry, I don't know. With the broadcasting software I use, it doesn't just play the playlist. Basically, I give it a folder, and any songs in that folder it plays through in shuffle. So I don't know. I can replay that song, but I don't know which one it actually was. I mean, I can share you guys the names. I can post it like on the Discord or something to you guys. All the song names in this playlist. There's not that many songs in it, but it's always on. It's always on shuffle, so I don't know which one was last. I can play it again, I think. Will it play again? This one? Oh, why is my shade so high? There's N, very similar to Berensmeyer's. Yeah, sorry, I was hoping it would tell me if I clicked on what was playing, but it doesn't give me the song names in OBS, unfortunately. There's probably a way to get it, but... Alright. I'm happy with that N, so we're gonna move on to CC Kanan. Okay, same as the M he did. Like I said, all the N's are basically just smaller, shorter, squished versions of the N's. So, same thing we did before. Get through these N's and then we'll dive into... Are we gonna dive into the O tonight? I don't know. You're very welcome. Whoa, have to add down here. Round that out a little bit. Oh, just Winnie has been waiting for us to get to O. You might have to wait to the next one. And pretty standard. I'll do one more and then we're going to move on to the next one. These ones are actually, I mean, these are, I don't remember the names of these songs, but they're These are the first ones that were in this playlist. Oh, I didn't end below the baseline. We will have a channel of I mean, I wasn't really planning on doing a Discord channel for music. I could, I guess. I was just gonna post in just the Discord chat the names of the songs that I usually listen to for these lives. Okay, only difference for Blozer's N is he has this curve that goes up and through the N, which I quite like, and I don't think I've ever done that before. So let's do that. Everything else is almost the exact same as what we've been doing, similar to Kanan's. So we'll just finish it with that compound curve to the left up through the letter, which is kind of neat. I feel like the playlist has played like 3 of the sad classical songs back to back. Whoa, whoops. That has to go up through there. Okay. I wanted to consider, was it Mataraz's? Yeah, don't matter. YouTube is still telling me that our video is choppy. I wonder why. You were gonna screen record. I mean, you could just go back and play the video again if you wanted. On YouTube, you don't gotta screen record me. Oh, I forgot again. Up here through here. Jeez. I kind of like that cutting through there. It's similar. It reminds me of that B. Of Blozer's B. It cuts up like that. Better than that, but it's quite pretty. To me, they don't I never consider them sad songs. They're just slow, beautiful songs. I guess a lot of people tie in beautiful, slow music because it's used in movies and stuff to depict sad emotion and whatnot, but I never really think of them as sad. Sorry, Laurie. That's what we do. But I think I might end today's video now. I know that all of the nibs that are close to my desk right now are all really sharp, and I don't think I have any at hand. I was cleaning up the other day. I don't think I have any at hand that are super blacklight paper friendly. I need to prep or get some old nibs a little bit smoother for the blacklight paper. So I don't know if I'm gonna dive into blacklight tonight. What is next week? If we look at the calendar, oh yeah, the 22nd. So we'll have one next week before we might have 1 week we might pause during during Christmas. We might have a Christmas break. But I think we're going to stop it there. What letters did we do today? Geez, we only made it to N. We did K, L, M, and N. 4 letters. We're only averaging 4 letters a week. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I guess I'm taking a lot longer and being a little bit pickier than I normally would be with each one of these letters as we try to replicate each Penman's style. You've never made it to Blacklight, Lori? Well, maybe next week. I'll probably go, I'm going to say now, because we haven't done Blacklight. We did Blacklight 2 weeks ago, and we didn't do last week. We'll probably do Blacklight next week. I think I'm going to be feeling Blacklight next week, and I'll prepare a little bit so that I have nibs that work with the Blacklight paper that I use. Juicy O shade, just one. I'm not good at O's. Terribly. Well, we'll do Blozer's real quick. Blozer's O is crazy because it goes way below the baseline, or on this specific example. He does the classic double loop, but he drops his shade. Most people would do it like so, which is a decent, that's what you'd expect. Blozer, in this specific example, drops way lower than this. He goes like that. Ooh, that came out pretty nice, actually. Yeah, see, you can see here, yeah. Which, I did a pretty decent job already. There we go. He manages to keep it almost straight on the right time, but he drops way below the baseline. I never come up finishing letters that way, but my favorite O to use or to do, my O's end up being too slanted sometimes as well. One of my favorite O's is this one. Whoops. Caught the paper and got my 2 shades a little, almost far enough apart, but a little too close. There, like so. When those are nice and thick and so close together, it doesn't usually work in alphabets because it's too heavy and the risk of messing it up is really high. Right now I'm trying to get better at doing this one without the horizontal entry. I'm trying to do the horizontal entry in the air and just starting like here, for example. So I just get the 2, like the classic, the traditional O, like starts right there and has the shade come on the second one. But I want to do this variation with the 2 shades starting right there. I just have a lot of... It is a challenge. But the only way I can even get close is if I do, and I just think this is because of how I trained before when I first learned how to do the O, if I do that horizontal entry in the air. But it always, like, you see the difference between, this is super nice when I do the horizontal entry, all of these ones, same nice angle. When I don't, everything, like, what angle is that? That's like 30 some degrees. That's horrible. That's not the way things are supposed to work. My O's are not very consistent in their angle. But again, if I do it with the horizontal entry, I don't know what it is about doing that horizontal entry. It's like home. It makes it so I can do it. But without the horizontal entry, that was decent. I wish that the second shade was a little bigger. That actually turned out pretty nice, minus the snap. Oh. Whoops. Ugly ass. Oh, snap. Wait, what? What? I suck at O's. Nails a juicy O on this. I don't usually nail. I mean, this one, these two came out pretty nice, those shades. I don't usually nail. My O's normally look like this. This is much more standard. I feel like my hand is just in a pretty good mood today. It seems to be, anyways, in a relatively good mood. So sometimes I do good O's, sometimes I don't. Usually they're not that good, but when I do the horizontal entry, they're decent. I didn't expect these two to come out quite so nice either. I was doing O the other day and I was struggling. But that's the way it goes, I guess. Sorry that we're not going into blacklight tonight, everybody. There's a part of me that wants to, but there's a part of me that's also tired. This O is in a really good mood. I'm glad. Yeah, we're gonna cut that one. Or we're gonna cut tonight's live. It's been a really good one. I definitely missed last week hanging out with you all and writing. I did a lot of writing this week because I've been writing thank you notes and whatnot to Etsy orders and things like that. But I haven't recorded any videos, so I gotta do that. Techno music. It's not about waking up. I'm awake. I'm just, I'm chill. Party from 12 a.m. to 12:01. Well, see now you got me feeling all. We'll do a. Tell you what, just because Lori's still here, we'll do. Once blacklight hits, I'll do a few minutes of blacklight writing. I'm gonna keep going. We'll do some O's. I'm not gonna change nibs though, so we'll probably get Snap City a little bit, but we'll do some. I'm not gonna stay in blacklight very long today, but we'll do some blacklight work today. I'm gonna start. Never done this before because it usually sneaks up on me and I don't notice it. I'm starting my midnight preparations because it's gonna happen in, what is it, 1 minute? I gotta figure out though, in my old apartment I had the lighting set up so everything was like perfect. At midnight, lights cut, black light turned on, it was great. But here I don't know why the way like they're all scheduled midnight, but the lights work like 15 seconds apart. It doesn't have the same effect. I gotta see if I can fix that. I don't know why it's doing that. It is a slightly different setup. In my old place, each light, or all the lights were together and I controlled, I mean, they all just turned on and off together. Whereas here, each light has its own voice cue with my Google. So I'm assuming that's why. I mean, that's the only reason I can come up with anyways. Well, see, there's the one light, and then a few seconds later, well, the black light turns on, and then that light turns off. They're all supposed to be at the exact same time, but they're not. All right, so when that happens, the classical music gets turned off. What are we gonna listen to? Is it this? No, this one. This is called Electronic Happy playlist. What does that mean? I have no idea. This is a different blacklight playlist than usual. Go in here. We gotta bump brightness. We drop the black light a little bit lower. hangs by the writing. All right. And I'm gonna give myself party time. I guess this music doesn't really feel like party music. I thought it would because it was electronic. But this feels more like this is like jazzy. Wasn't expecting jazz music. This is funny. It's electronic jazz. It's weird electronic jazzy music. All right. Lori, welcome to your first Blacklight Live. Yeah, techno jazz. I don't know how I feel about techno jazz. I can't tell if I like it yet or not. Let me know if you guys want this music to keep playing or if I should put on our regular Blacklight Live music. Doesn't really feel like blacklight party music, this stuff, but techno jazz. I think I created this playlist actually. I mean, I didn't listen to any of the songs. I just looked up. Yeah, this has a flute. What's going on? Let me just see. Nope. Sorry, electronic playlist. You're fun. Here we go. Here's our regular Blacklight playlist. Put everything into one? That would be such a crazy playlist, going from classical music into ambient weird music into techno jazz into yeah, there's some weird thing in my brain that only is able to do decent O's when it's a double shaded O with a horizontal entry oval for some reason. Whoa. See, that first shade, that's what I need more of. That's the right angle for my oval. These ones are, the other two are too tilted. That first shade, I ruined it with the second shade, but that first shade is basically like a perfect oval shade. And then the other O that I want to get much better at, that I've been working on lately, is the one from the Mataraz letter. That guy. So pretty, but again, what's that slant line? It's crazy slanted. I don't know why. I can do ovals this way for days. All my letters can be on slant. And then when I go to do the O with a shade, it ends up like this. It ends up way off angle. That's a good one. Yep, the lasso O. The lasso. I like that. Never thought of that before. That one's actually on the right angle and everything. I need to be able to do that more often with consistency. It's a pretty O. I mean, that's the one that... The only time I've ever seen it loop up and around like that is really the Mataraz letter, I think, is the main time that I've seen that one in old work. But it's a pretty one. I always have trouble with it just starting right into the shade, getting the nice taper. Like it's... I end up having... This one turned out good, but oftentimes there'll be either too much or too little hairline prior to the shade that sort of can have a tendency to ruin it, which is not the most fun. I wonder, can you do a ugly hybrid? Those shades are nice though. That would work if this came around and was more horizontal into that little loop. Oh, I thought of an interesting... Here, Brian, you would... I can't decide if it's good yet. I have to remember what it was. I was randomly doing... Was it capital F's the other day? Oh, what was it? Shoot, it was an F and a B, because I was trying to create like FB Courtney's signature, but the stem from the F was made by the B and the F used the same stem, similar to Berensmeyer did that from time to time. I thought it was neat. I mean, not a good example of it, but I figure it could be cool. Or maybe it's better if it has a horizontal entry. And then I didn't have any cool connection for the C, so I just did a standard C out of there. But I thought it was kind of neat. I don't think it's not nearly as cool as it was in my brain when I first thought of it. But I feel like there's a way to fuse like F's and T's with other letters to make weird ligatures like that. This entry to the B is what's ruining it. I don't know if you could do to make it look better. I mean, that looks better, I would say. I just don't know if that makes it look like the F has enough of a cross. What happened to my hairline down there? That looks cooler. I never did that one the other day. But that looks neat. I just wonder, does it look enough like an F, or does it need, like... I mean, if I do an actual crossbar for the F, it'll look like too much. If it was in here, then I don't know. Oh, but that... Oh, wait a minute. And this is when Mike makes things that are way too difficult. But we're gonna try it anyways. Because that's what we do. Okay, so if I go standard F, my stems are really nice in this black lighting. I'm really surprised I haven't had crazy nib snaps yet. Okay. This might not look good, but we're gonna try it anyways. I don't know if I like that compound curve going into the C. It gives us the full F though, which is what I was missing. If this came this way a little bit more and came out this way, that'd be better. Maybe the C needs to be like Kanan's C that has that on it. Okay, you're gonna send it on Instagram? Where's my phone? I've just been really digging the idea of like the cool ligatures. I mean, Berensmeyer, I feel like did it the most. Yeah, send it now. I'll take a look. Berensmeyer did that a lot. I don't think a lot of them did it a lot. But that looks really cool. I mean, even just as it is, FB Courtney. I like that. I'm into it. Now, everybody has left. Nobody else is chatting. F. I guess the key is getting this B to look really nice. I gotta hit a nice B or it ruins everything. Oh wait, here Brian sent a photo. Let's check it out. Wait, I'm gonna take a screenshot of it in case Instagram's gonna delete it on me. Okay. So we got my only issue in the beginning, we have two hairlines that are crossed or that are at the same spot right here. But that's the idea that I was going for. Having this come around, up and over. I like that. I want to try to find a way to get the two B and F using the same stem though. This is a dope variation of just FB Courtney in general. Signature writing is so fun. This should be, I need to find some way to make this song be like I'm gonna take this playlist off shuffle, so this song should start us off. Okay, what if I don't go all the way around the F? Maybe we can get away with I mean, that's minimal. I kind of like that. Oh, now there's no entry over here, or no entry over to the sea, so we can maybe get away with oh, that needs to go. It either has to end here or cut through to there. I mean, that's one of the coolest things for anybody who's in here. I know there's not a whole lot of people left, but anybody who's still in here that's learning like ornamental penmanship or whatnot in general, one of the coolest things once you get all the forms and everything in your head, like there are literally countless variations that you can create of a signature, of a name, and it's so cool. The problem is when we try to create them before we have all like the forms and whatnot in our heads, which we all do. I did it too. But there's definitely something to be said for practicing the basics and the writing until you have such an image in your head that, like, just when you're writing, like Brian even just said, as he did that, this other one popped in his head. There's just cool ideas pop in your head. People ask me all the time when I'm doing flourishes and designs, they're like, is that like a set thing? And some of them are, but a lot of times it's just like, oh, I could do this. There are so many just possibilities, and there's really no such thing as wrong, which is cool. I want to find out where I can cross that F, or maybe just have a circle. Sorry, doing this stuff makes me excited. I find this type of design work super fun. I mean, this is just combination writing practice. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, darn it, I messed it up. That there, I was wondering, can this go? Nope, no good. That finishes there. What if that's just there? Let's see. Well, yeah, and it's cool. I mean, it's one of the best. It's one of the things that got me so much into penmanship in general. Is like, this is what I consider, like, this is playtime. Like, same with when I started doing the Sixthling and Sunday challenges and stuff. It's playtime. It's not real serious training necessarily. Oops. But in another token, it kind of is. It's just a different kind of training. I don't know if I like that. The crossbar and the F messes it all up. At least that style of crossbar. Didn't do the shape very nice. What has Brian got now? Ooh, that's dope. So I like the idea. So that's kind of what I'm finding I'm getting at. I like the stopping the F just up here. I think that looks good. Now I'm wondering, CP Zayner is one of the few that I feel like has done this to great effect in his signature, where he uses, and I mean, it shows itself other times too, but rarely, feel like in CP Zayner's signature, when you come out of his C, that leave point is the same point where you have the all of this coming out, and he hits it all in that one spot. So it's like when they do designs and there's one line that goes this way and then another line comes out of it. I'm wondering now if, following the idea of what Brian did, if we can make it look like the B is stemming out to two different places. Number one being okay, we got our standard F. I messed that up. I was supposed to come up here. And my B, maybe I need to chill out the B a little bit and not do that extra loop like I always do. That's the cool thing. Other ideas, ideas just pop in and take over, which is cool. And this is the type of thing, if I was in a room with other penmen, this is the type of thing that I would do for hours and hours and hours and hours. This type of stuff is so fun for me. And it literally, obviously, getting all the forms beautiful and perfect is cool and is, the goal, one of the underlying goals. But in this phase of things, all that kind of goes out of the window and you just get into playtime. Oh, that's how that works. I need to keep my entry oval lower like you do. Okay. We could do that. Like so. Ooh, I can do the fancy B again. If I do it this way, I think. Ah! Snap. But if this was a nice round, cutting through there. That type of a thing. Wondering if I can take that hairline. That didn't work like I want it to in my brain. It's not a good place for it. Where else can I want that C to be connected somehow. The way you have it written, Brian, it makes me want to try for a trick stroke, which would be Playtime. Look what you guys did. I was going to end the stream. Look what you guys made me do. I can't be blocked, apparently. Ugh, that's an ugly entry. Let me do that again. Ah! Messed it up. Yeah, this song has I guess I have to iron out my After Midnight vibe. Like, the plan originally was as soon as it hit midnight, it's like, I would love, things should go into like Darude Sandstorm and like EDM, electronic, heavy club music. But this is really vibey. I really like this song. But it doesn't really fit what I was originally going for. The Blacklight Live transition. As much as I do really like it now. My playlists aren't very thorough, is the moral of the story. So that goes to there. Pretend I did a little loop in there. Can this be create the C? Whoops. I can't do that long under. I need to work on that stroke, that under shade. I am no bueno at it, period. I like this one, Brian. I'm not gonna lie though, when I first opened it, I read it as F. Bortney. I like that idea though. Wait, let me get it in here. Whoops. It's just, I mean, the order of operations gets put out of, like I see, like this, now that I look at it properly, it's still, to me, read as then C.F. Bortney is what I end up reading. Unfortunately, because I really like it. So did you did this proper way, right? You didn't add this shade after. Is that why there's that little, yeah. If you know, you know. Valid. True story. C.F. Bortney in the house, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like, oh. You know what would be fun? Oh, you did as an aftershade? Okay. It would be fun creating, I mean, I'm gonna say this out loud, so I can't do it now. But how fun would it be to create an old school Penman and not let people know that you wrote it? Like, if I just made a bunch of writing samples on like old looking paper, sepia paper in walnut ink, or like walnut with a little bit of iron gall mixed in, and just like pretend I found this scrapbook of someone's grandma called me, and there was this Penman. He wasn't famous, but he wrote a lot. You could totally convince people that they're legit. I mean, I know that's super dishonest and I wouldn't do it, but it'd be fun. Like, as a joke, I kind of want to make C.F. Bortney like a thing. I guess, oh, you guys don't know Bortney's work? Shoot, Bortney was the jam. I just bought some penmanship books and I feel like it's literally what you did. I mean, sometimes it's very possible. What books did you buy? You never know. I mean, there was a lot of unknown penmen back then. You could totally get away with it, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, luckily, most of the people good enough to do it, I feel like I know, and we know, and are honest people, but man. Yo, I'm gonna start, yeah, Bortney's, he's the real deal, man. C.F. Bortney. His friends called him Bort. Oh, you don't study the Bort method of penmanship? Bort movement? C.F. Bortney! Oh, that's cool. Abort. Bort method. It's so crazy to me that they all, so many penmen back in the day, like, what do you gotta, how confident do you have to be in yourself to be like, yo, I'm gonna make the Ward method? But then you make a book that is literally the same as every other book out there, like the Palmer method, like it's all the same. Basically, the method isn't that different. To put the word method in the name doesn't make any sense when there's so many methods of penmanship. The Kroner method, the Bort method, the Ward method. The I cursive method. The Chabala method. All these methods. Thanks for hanging out, Lori. You got a late night live experience. It lasted a lot longer than I thought it would because people got me into writing signatures, which is always a good way to keep me writing, I guess. Yeah, Bortney. People be like, yo, what do you mean C.F. Bortney? I never heard of Bortney before. Be like, you never heard of Bortney? He was taught by B.E. Bloser. Come on. You don't know your penmanship history at all. You don't know B.E. Bloser's? Bloser! This is the Bloser method, man. He was amazing. We're flipping the script today. Yeah, they trained at the same time as L.A. Yupfer. I'm having way too much fun, man. And I know these signatures aren't great. There's no planning ahead of time. This is actually really good practice, though, for just sort of seeing what happens on the fly, to see what you can create without much prior thought. I mean, all these guys couldn't hold a candle to freaking M. Lauderaz, man. Lauderaz was the jam. Oh, y'all don't know Lauderaz work? Woo, Lauderaz. I'm telling you. He had Lauderaz script. It was dope. He was like this young prodigy, man. Lauderaz. Such a young lad. Young Lauderaz, they called him. D.E. Wennis. Oh, I hate capital D's. Damn it. I can't do D's. I can't do Dennis. Oh, shoot. D.E. Wennis. CZ Planer. MWGWard. Ooh, guard. Gord? I guess if you still say it the same, that's MWGWard. Good old Gord. The Gord method of penmanship, man. This is so stupid, but I love it. Ooh, messed it up. That was a bad design. Gord method. Oh yeah, because people would come in and they would. The cool thing about the Gord method, though, they would come and people would like overdose on the Gord method. They would like gorge themselves on it, so they were like gorging on the gourd, you know. Snorts method. Oh man. Whoops, I messed up. It's not what I wanted to do. I started doing somebody's actual signature. Whoopsies. Oh, I messed up again. Why is this one so hard for my brain to latch onto? Gord's enough. Oh man. Too funny, man. Well, how can I make this? Oh, this is a tough one. Wait. I don't know how to make this one into a connected signature. It might not be possible without some better thinking. More brain power than I have this evening. You know, P.A. Nalmer, good old Nalmer. He was famous, man. The Nalmer method of penmanship. That's what most schools taught. P.A. Nalmer. SP Renser. You guys learn Renserian penmanship? This is getting out of hand now. You could do that with everybody. P.A. Nalmer. I really like C.F. Bortney, though. That one just sounds good. I think I like Bortney. I mean, Blozer's funny. Lotteraz is dope. That one just sounds good. D.E. Wennis. A good one. L.A. Yup. I like Yup first because it's just Yup. Yup. You practice today? Yup. Yup for. Father Renser. Oh man, you gotta respect where it all came from. Father Renser, man. And the Renser brothers? Woo. Don't mess with the Renser brothers. Esmo. Oh man. Technically, uh-oh. My paper seems to be, I don't know, something's not working here all of a sudden. Thanks for hanging out, Brian. Thanks for convincing me to do a little bit of Blacklight Live. I think I'm gonna end this pretty quick here, though. I'm getting delirious, and I'm not. My connections are starting to fail. We were doing good. I'm slowly. You can see in the quality of signatures I've been creating. They're slowly degrading as we go. I think I'm giggling too much. That's probably why. Yeah. Can I do that? Let's try one more here. I don't know if a lot of people know this guy's middle name, but I mean, when Renserian kind of died by the wayside and penmanship was no longer, I mean, this man, you guys don't know SM Roll? He brought it back single-handedly, man. SM Roll. I mean, rapid flowing signatures like this, like I said, I think is a great idea. Because though, I mean, none of these are really all that great design-wise and form-wise. But, like, there's neat ideas. Like, I have never once before connected an S to a stem like this. Like, that's a neat idea that I can legitimately use. Going into the art, you can go in that way. I didn't hit the connection that nice. But you get interesting, you're forced to get in neat ideas. Some of them were fails, but like, I'm sure there's somewhere you could fit in this little, I mean, this looks like a flame, little dagger and little talon in the middle between D and E. These are things you can use. In vintage signature writing. It'd be fun to do. I wish there were enough penmen that train movement writing enough that I could do a course or like a legitimate big thing that's specifically signature writing. I can never do signature writing things because it is challenging. I mean, signature writing is the hardest of the hard, basically. But it is so much fun. Because this would literally be the class. I would just create something and then the class would replicate it and then we break down how it works and how it can change and all that kind of stuff. It'd be so fun. The chat replay really should work this week. It should. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be really disappointed. Because if it doesn't, I'm gonna look like a crazy person. Just talking to myself, making up all this ridiculousness. I met that guy at the LA Penn show. Roll, we go way back. That guy is for roll. He is for roll. For roll, y'all. I ain't joking. SM roll. He's the roll deal. Just keeping it roll. All right, I'm gonna do a couple more signatures, finish this page, and then we're gonna call her quits for roll. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm just gonna keep that. That's a thing now for roll. Nobody's gonna know what the heck I'm talking about, but I'm going out of my mind here. I haven't been drinking or nothing. Oh, this one's not as funny. Baronsmeyer just turns into Parensmeyer. That's not as funny. That sounds the same. I'm not even gonna bother writing it. Is this gonna work? FL Lauer. Oh, I guess not many people know FL Lauer. Oh, wait, what's Joe's middle name? Oh, shoot. I gotta find it. Because it's not just J Vitolo. He has another letter in there. M? Pretty sure it's M, but I'm gonna double check. So, it would be... Oh, that's great. It'd be VJ Mitolo. Oh, Mitolo! I didn't write ZC Planner either. Planer? I want to confirm. Vitolos. I'm sure I wrote his name at some point this year. It's got to show up on Instagram. Yeah, JM Vitolo. Alright. I lied. I'm getting a new sheet of paper. What have you guys done to me? Mitolo! Whoa. Okay. What is happening? I can't... Why does this paper feel thicker than the last sheet? I feel like I can hardly see through it. This piece of paper is legitimately thicker than the last piece of paper I was using. It's not two pieces. Weird. Weird. Is this different paper? Yo, man, I don't have any... Oh, I did that all off camera. Sorry. I have trouble respecting any penman who doesn't know of CC Planer. You don't know CC Planer? Yeah, he teamed up with... with B.E. Blowser. They made the planarium... The planarian College of Penmanship. Come on, man. You don't know the Planarians? Planarians were some of the best penmen of the golden age of penmanship, man. I love the Planarian style. Dr. Joe must be watching. He might be. He stays up pretty late sometimes. I'm really tripped out why this piece of paper is thicker than the last one I used. It's the same paper, but I can't see through this one, which is weird. Something has changed. Or my light got dimmer. Something's different. Oh, I lost my shade. Come on, don't be... VJ Matolo. He haul chill. Yo, VJ. Oh, dude, like this is... The cool thing, all these names, like these are, you could take all of these and make cool variations of them. Like a lot of the variations I'm using now are just ridiculous. Yes, dab emoji. I need to get a dab emoji on the Discord. Yo, Brian, why don't you chat on the Discord anymore? What's going on? My Discord has been so quiet lately. Nobody chats on it. What do I gotta do to get people in the Discord? Oh, CC Command doesn't really work. Dang. I know you said that up in the chat. I missed it. You guys were... CC Command got saved. Yep. AB cramps. Wait, AB, for a sec. Oh, Brian, you wrote ab cramps, and I straight up was trying to read that as a nickname. I was like, oh, AB cramps, and then my brain tried to put it together. I was like, wait, I don't know a penman named. Wait, who's CA Brett? No, what would that be? Who's BC A ramps? It took me a second. I'm not proud of myself for not picking that up. TF Lauer, man. He was crazy. Not a lot of people know Lauer. I mean, not a lot of people know Tower either. I need to find some more of his work and post it online. Not enough of it has been digitized. I mean, you don't have to practice. Just chat. Just come in there and hang out. Talk ridiculous. I haven't been posting really either. I'm answering questions and stuff, but it's funny. There are hundreds of people in there, and nobody chats anymore. I mean, that's my own fault, I guess. Oh, Jesse, yeah, you should join the Discord. The link is in my Instagram bio. Check it out. Join up. I mean, it's called the Study Hall. It's just for chatting about penmanship. You can post stuff for feedback if you want feedback, if you want help, or I want it to be more just like a share ground for people to post fun practice stuff. Whoa, where's my hairlines are disappearing? What's going on, paper? I wish the Planarian College still existed. Thanks, man. That's a fun one. I like that one. I genuinely wish, though, I was better at this shade. These shades, like the descender shades of like the G and the Q of the descended variations, they're some of the forms, like when I do them slowly, like I wish I could get the shade, looking more like that. But I have so much trouble with that shade. And same with the opposite, like even on the J. I have a lot of trouble with that shade. I mean, I can get a decent, nice long shade, but getting it on the right side just doesn't work for me at speed. It's one of the few forms that I'm really disappointed that I can't create it with movement, and I can when I go slow, but I never go slow anymore. But yeah, it's frustrating for me. Or like that variation of the G, when you can come down and keep the left tine straight and just bubble the right tine out. I mean, that's a little exaggerated, but it just, I like having that. I like the way that weight looks, and I can't do it with movement, unfortunately. I try. You push your left with the J. I like it the right side. I like to bubble out the right side personally. I mean, it also looks good just like when it's in the middle. When it's like that, I just like the way it looks when all the weight is on the right side sometimes. Bailey is actually pretty good at executing these with movement. I've never really succeeded. I put a lot of work into them, especially every time I make like new handouts for my classes and stuff. For the movement classes, I want to get just like a good example of this shade, and it just never looks exactly like I want it to with movement. I have trouble pushing out the specific time at the specific time. It always ends up too long or too narrow, or the weight is even on both sides. I don't know. It's just not exactly what I would like to do. I think it's just because I did it slow like that for so long. Like even like when I first learned Spencerian and I did like the capital B with that lower shade. And it's just getting that shade. I would love to use like this variation in movement writing, but that shade will never look like I can't do it that way. It doesn't look like I want. I think I've been practicing it a lot lately, getting better at that specific stroke with movement, at the V, which I've been doing a lot. I think I'll slowly get better at placing the shades on one side or the other side with movement. I think it's just primarily frustrating because I have so much control when I go slow and I can make it do exactly what I want, but the hairlines just don't look good. But it's one of that stroke on the descended strokes, I just can't. I've rarely ever done one that looks the way I want it to, unfortunately. One day, I mean, if I start practicing as much as I should, if I practice as much as I tell people to practice. I don't think I've ever practiced as much as I'm supposed to. Since the beginning. What the? Nope. One day. That's just stupid as well. Looks like a pigeon. It kind of does. I need to practice more. Oh, that could be you could fit a G in there. Oh, that would be interesting. Make a cool monogram. Wait. Wait a minute. There might be something there. Oh. Nope. And my hairlines are dying. Either my ink is messing up or my paper's oily. I don't know. We're gonna call this late night live that turned into a blacklight live unintentionally I don't think ever before I've said that I specifically said I'm not gonna do a late night live, and then I went until 107. Why is the ink skipping? I honestly think the ink skipping, I used to think it was because hand oils and stuff when I get to the bottom of the paper, but I think, and I haven't proved this theory yet, but I think that when I write with blacklight ink and I don't clean my nib off for a long time, I think as the ink dries and chills on the nib, I think it makes it act like the paper's oily. But I think it's just because I hadn't cleaned my nib in a long time. I think. I could be very wrong. Brian, we need to figure out how to do simulcast. So we can, I know we can do it via, we might be able to do it via Skype. Zoom would work, but I don't think we can Zoom long enough. But we gotta do a thing here where it's the two of us. Because what I can do, well, the music's gonna change when I do this. But check this out, you guys. I don't have this fully set up, but I can go between, like if somebody was in chat and was like, Mike, get your face out of the way. I could be like, okay. And my face disappears. If they're like, no, we want to see more of your face, I could be like, okay, boo, there's my face, even bigger. Or they could be like, no, we want it to be normal. I could be like, normal, okay, cool. If they wanted to be like, we don't like the way you sound, I could do this. I was completely muted there. I was talking. Or like, this is. What up, everybody? We change into this. But I have a little like, it's on my phone. It's a little like control panel, and I can add other things to it to go into different scenarios and stuff. And I want to make one that has, it could either be, we could make our faces smaller in the two top corners, or if we just split the screen completely in half and just have top down. But it'd be fun. Yeah, see, you're bad with, but you don't have to be really good with tech. It would basically be, you just need to have a webcam or your phone. We'd figure it out how either you call me via Skype, and then you don't have to do any of the broadcasting. Basically, what I will do, I don't know if my computer is powerful enough yet. My computer would basically take your video feed from Skype or Zoom or whatever we use, Google Hangouts or whatever, I have to figure it out. And then I feed that into my channel here. Just like I have my top-down camera and my face camera, you would just essentially be another camera. So it'd probably be just I'm assuming just a top-down, since we'd be writing. And then I would get rid of my face cam, so it'd just be two top-downs, either split vertically or horizontally, I don't know yet. But I think it'd be fun to have a guest late night live one day. We'll plan that for sometime in the new year. Oh, just Swinny, did you get into that classical music for a few seconds there? Yeah, let's practice it. We can do some private setup ones to see if we can figure it out. I'll do some research and figure out what the best method is. I've done some looking on it before. I just don't know what's the best computer intensive, and my internet connection should be good enough to get your feed in and then send it out again as well, I think. I don't know. We'll have to test it out, but it will be fun, so we will plan that. Everybody, thank you oh so much for hanging out with me today. I had, obviously, as stated, zero intentions of keeping this live going quite this long, but I got on a little bit of a fun zone there. Do your research, everybody. Practice. Make sure you know all the famous penmen like CC Planer and those guys. It's important. Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. Anyways, make sure you like this video. It helps the YouTube algorithm Subscribe if you haven't. Click the bell just in case I do any live videos that aren't late night lives. You'll know they're coming. And yeah, tell your friends, share the word so more people can come hang out with us on Tuesday nights. Join the Discord. Make sure that you're falling in love with the process. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Blacklight Live, out.